Oh, guys. Okay. Welcome to the stream late. Okay, hold up a sec. I'm taking off my. Dude, I lost my I lost my pillowcase. I swear. Do you guys ever feel like the laundry eats your stuff? I like had pillowcases and then I lost them after I put them in the laundry, and I'm just like, what the fuck happened? And you go buy more pillowcases. Welcome to the stream, ladies and gentlemen. Today we're playing Valorant in like 2.5 hours. But until then, I'm just chilling. Let's talk a little bit about last night. Last night, OTV threw a Halloween party. Fucking awesome party. Super fucking lit. Like a couple hundred people. Um, it's so much alcohol. I drank so much that I was still drunk when I woke up at 7 a.m. the day after. I was like, oh fuck. And then afterwards, the day after, I got invited by Robin to go K barbecue, and I sit down with Robin. And the first thing him and his friends say, they say, "So I've never had K barbecue without drinking." And they look at me like, shots, and I was like, what? Half of them were at the party too. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys, man? Oh yeah, we had a. There was enough alcohol. There was way more than enough alcohol. Special Browns, what match for 43 months? But yeah, I woke up at 7 a.m. yesterday, and then I went to sleep at like 12, and then I slept till 7 p.m. And then I woke up again, and then I started my day. Went out to eat, came back. Then today, I slept. I woke up, then went back to sleep, and I slept till 3. And I had Keith Lee reviewed a burger chain in LA called Easy Street Burgers. And I have always wanted to go to them. So me and Toast ended up taking Uber, grabbing some burgers back for the house. They do smash burgers. So good. I had to say, so fucking good. Like one of the best burgers I've had in LA. So I was pretty, that's all I did today. Literally the only thing I did was eat that burger. That's it. But yeah, so today is my last day of streaming or today and tomorrow, my last day of streaming, because I'll be going to BlizzCon to look at Le Seraphim the day after. So I'm trying to recover. I'm actually just really exhausted. I think from TwitchCon to now, I've been kind of just like on like without much rest, and I am like dying. Like today, like I didn't want to leave my bed kind of deal. There weren't many Kronk picks, I'll be honest. Like 1 or 2, but that's it. I can't show them either because they're not my picks to show. So but like yeah, so I wore Kronk, and then oh god, that was pretty much my last couple of days. I hope you guys have been doing pretty well. For people who don't know, a couple of days before I was playing Liza P, I killed the Puppet King boss, which I think was really cool. I think I'm about halfway through the game ish, but the games are pretty fun. You trashing BlizzCon a few days ago? I mean, I still think it's terrible. It's one of the worst cons ever, for sure. But I mean, Toast got sponsored and then has hotel rooms, so I'm like, all right, I'll go. Like, say the same thing on TwitchCon. It's not worth your money. You're not doing shit there. But it's like, whatever, man. Like, I'm not going because I'm going for my friends, and I'm gonna vlog the concert because I think it's funny. Is there like Artali? Probably. The Seraphim kind of worth, dude. They're blowing up. I didn't know they're that big. Did they pay him the other time? I mean, honestly, Blizzard always pays pretty well with their sponsorships. Like one of my biggest sponsors ever was for Heroes of the Storm, and it was honestly my favorite sponsor ever. Not only did I love the game, RP, the competitive scene, but also like the sponsor itself, working with them was super great. Like whatever should I have against certain other games or whatever, I think the Heroes of the Storm thing was one of my favorite sponsors ever. And it just sucks that it went the way it did, honestly. Yeah, it was actually a great MOBA. I think it's my favorite casual MOBA of all time, for sure. It was really fun. It's just like, I don't know, man. I'm of the opinion that it's impossible to have just a casual MOBA. Like, your game has to have a competitive scene if it's a MOBA. And I think that even if it's barely functional, it should still exist. And then them destroying the competitive scene was a very bad idea. Remember Toast talking about having to pay for his own Uber ride to the event? Somebody used some money at Riot Games to him? Yeah, but I don't think that's the case now. Hot's about to get a new patch. Really? I didn't know that game still got updates. Dude, okay. Real talk, guys. I've been trying to convince my household to play a game. I have been on the down low watching some clips of Rainbow Six Siege, and I'm just thinking to myself, wouldn't it be fucking hilarious if we played this game? So I'm trying to get a crew together to play Rainbow Six Siege because it looks so stupid. It looks so fucking bad. Mume21, welcome back for 9 months. Thanks for resubbing. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing great. Thank you. No, it doesn't get upgrades. They drop one at the PTR out of nowhere. Wait, really? Maybe before BlizzCon? Interesting. Could be alive is disabled? I don't think so. I think he just did it like it's Discord. It doesn't register that. The subreddit is full of copium thinking activists are really okay. Wait, hold on. I gotta go look. Heroes of the Storm subreddit. I am curious. They include Hots in the BlizzCon backpack. Wait, there is so much hopium. Oh my god! Look at this! Look at this! Look at this! Look at this! Hold on. This one. Viewers on Twitch. I like to say Hot says, but maybe we should leave Hot. Wait, what does this mean? Oh, the new La Seraphim bundle, bro. People were telling me the price is like okay, it's not bad. Fucking crazy. Fix the BlizzCon floor map. What is this? Heroes of the Storm. It's this much? Oh yeah, no, for sure. New heroes and no, for sure. Yeah, no, for sure. I get Hots games at 6 p.m. Bro, let's go. What is Haunted Minds? I don't get the meme there. All right, wait. Oh, you know what? Maybe I might jump into Liza P immediately. I'm down. Liza P has been honestly kind of awesome. Uncle X, we're back for 90 months. Thanks for subbing. Oh, it's deactivated since 4 years. I did not know. Liza P's conference? No, but I heard there's DLC and they're doing weapon balances, which is cool. Make sure to check your oh yeah, I'll check my penis, bro. Sequel? Oh, I heard the sequel was not. I don't know. Liza P 2. Oh, that's cool. Wait. Hold on. I'm trying to think how to do this. Let's just go back to the hotel first. It'll be the boss. Yes. It took me how many hours, guys? 3 hours? I think about 3 hours. I'm telling you, dude, I remember the fight in my head, and I just think to myself, I got so fucking lucky. I never I've only gotten past the phase 2 transition once before by staggering it. So I just held heavy attack, prayed to stagger it. I staggered him and I won.
You don't remember much beyond Rosa, is it?
Nope.
Ask me about areas you...
Oh, I don't really want that. Yeah, it's King of Puppets. Wait, I have no quartz, bro. Excuse me. Oh, I heard they're adding 2 quartz into the shop. That's gonna be fun. Yeah, I heard they're rebalancing some of the weapons as well as re-adding some quartz. Also, I'm pretty sure. Wait, what's the average organ cost on the black market? Like, if I were to sell my liver, could I even do that?
No matter what, serving welcome.
You could do that. Yeah, I thought so.
At the House of Vanini, even...
$75K. Wait, that's a lot of money. Switch to flame grindstone. I was dinner with Robin. Bro, Robin's friends are more normal than me. I don't know how to say this correctly. His friends are definitely more normal. Because like how do I say this? They drink a lot. Yeah, Robin songs. I've never hung out with him before, so I was drinking with him last night. Him and his friends, and they're just like, yeah, we drink every week. We've drank every week for 2 months. I was like, what? What? Like, yeah, we made a pact not to drink this weekend, which is why we're drinking today. And I'm like,
my heavens, you look.
What? Oh. What's going on?
You're changing.
Oh,
You're
I'm becoming human.
More than a puppet. Almost human. If this is what you want, you might just hold the truth. I'll use my power.
I'm literally becoming human one step at a time. Hell yeah. Robert Jenkins. Oh, they started talking about the NBA. Can you believe that? I'm literally there, and they're like, "Yo, you watch any basketball?" I'm like, "What?" They're like, "Yo, like," and they started just talking about the NBA, and I was like, "What the fuck?" And the worst part is, I could kind of keep up. I was like, "Yo, you know, Harden just got traded. Yeah, what do you think about the strip club?" And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, I fucking learned that from chat, bro. I'm a fucking poser. I don't know shit about basketball. Literally, no fucking idea. But yeah, chat literally trained me. You bring up the Dame trade? What the fuck does that mean?
Tell me what you need.
Oh wait, this one looks kind of fire. Mr. Noise, thank you so much for the bits, bro. Wait, what just happened? Where am I going? Damian Lillard? Bro, that's not a real person. Yeah, cool bash now. Yep. Oh my god. Oh my god. Please. I was just kidding. This shit does so much damage. Weapon sick? Yeah. Agreed. It's a boss weapon. I'm dead. Bro, yeah, but anyways, yeah, they talked some basketball and I was like, yeah, man, I love ball. Woo. Strip clubs. Wait, I even asked him, I was like, is it true James Harden goes to strip clubs a lot? He's like, they're like, bro, it's like he goes every night after a game. Like there's pictures of him in every club. Like it's not a joke. I'm like, oh shit, okay, my bad. So when people talk to me about baseball, yeah, like actually. Ow, man. Hardest win percentage directly correlates. I saw the stats behind that. They look kind of fake, but it's kind of a hilarious stat. I'm not gonna lie. The fact that it was even a question is kind of fucking awesome. Opinion on Angel Hernandez. That's not a real person's name. He's an umpire? Okay, I mean, that's cool. Nothing wrong with umpires. Guys, I don't know what else to say, but I think I'm lost. Okay, let me think. I acquired a key from someone. I don't Am I supposed to go? Is he Otani in the off season? Wait, is that the Japanese guy who's like the GOAT? Is it here? Oh, it's here. Okay, never mind. I remember. Oh, I remember. Okay, so it's down here. This is the area I just unlocked. There's a mini boss over there okay, well. There's a mini boss down here, right? Bro, I hate this area because I keep hearing stuff. You guys see him? See him right there? That guy? He literally gonna beat my ass right here. What? What the? When you break your character's recovery through post health. Okay, cool. Okay, let me try to think. Where am I supposed to go? Here. I hit the wall. Berries, welcome back for 42 months. Thanks for subbing. All right. I think I only have one way to go, and it's against this guy. So I don't really have like alternatives. It's kind of just a bucket we ball. Oh, wait. I have an alternative. It's a puppet, right? I think. Oh my god. Wait, he would break my ampules, restore like 20% life? Wait, this guy is kind of hard, man. Also, I heard the FNAF movie was okay. I feel like you're only watching the movie if you're like a big fan, you know? I've heard people were fans of the movie, it wasn't that bad. Beat the Puppet King, you can beat this guy, bro. This guy's harder than the Puppet King. This guy's fucking hard as hell, man. Oh my god. Woo! Bitch. Has the latest skin darker and darker? Hell no. I think that game sucks. I'm cheesing this guy. Fuck it. Oh, nope, never mind. This guy is so annoying. Okay, I have to parry him, I'm pretty sure. Not the right way, not the right way. Oh, that is we are not off to a good start. Okay. It's okay. He runs faster than me. Wait, I'm like trying to de-leash the range so I can get him to reset on the monsters in the room. And he just, oh my God, man. I swear this boss is giving me like Puppet King vibes, bro. No, I can't have the attack, bro. It's so hard. I am so handsome, I swear. Thank you. You have the party. A lot of people complimented me on the outfit. About the people, half the people complimented me and half the people said, so exactly who are you? Exactly, about 50-50 did not know who I was. You know who had a sick outfit? Broden got Thanatos. If you see the pictures he put on Twitter, his Thanatos was fucking awesome. People who ever played Hades before, fucking, it was awesome. Yeah. Okay, donkey. Oh my God. I'm just praying to hook me off the bat, and he does. He does every time. My homework is once again in your hands, bro. Please. I don't want to be responsible for the next generation, man. Just do your fucking homework. not the right area. It's not the right area. It's not the right area. It is this way. Denon, welcome back for 48 months. Bro, Denon, I went out drinking yesterday. Maybe not the best idea. I do have the electric. Oh, I don't have the electric arm, but I just need the electric abrasive thing. Do I have the fire one? Did too much at a party? I think everyone did. I think that was the point. What if I shoot first? Oh, Scooch. How you doing? Please don't. Oh my god, I killed him. Holy fuck. I died after. Oh no. Oh no, man. Watching the world's best and only keyboard mice slides of peace play. That's me. It's fine. It's fine. I don't think the boss is there anymore, so I can just kill. I had a hunter's amulet. What is that even? What even is that? Probably something OP. Hunter's amulet. Increases ergo acquisition. Hell yeah. Imagine needing to do more damage to people when you can just get more ergo from them. Ergo is the currency in the game, by the way, guys. He's the only one I can't kill through the wall, man. Any secrets? Any cool stuff? Ooh, a balance. I don't need the
old woman of the venerable lady looking for
oh,
some wine?
it's the quest item.
Wine you've got.
Sick. This weapon has such a cool right click. You like hit a lot of different people. That's fucking awesome. You can kind of cheat too. I feel like that wasn't supposed to be legal.
Hello? Is anyone there? Calling any and all stargazers in the vicinity.
This Soulsborne, yeah, it's a Korean Soulsborne. The lore behind the devs of this studio is actually like ridiculous. This is the creators of Bless Online from Korea, the game that sucked ass. But the money they made from there, they developed the best non-From Software game. Souls-like game. It's awesome. I have nothing but good things to say about this game. The highest package play 2 hour, yeah.
Automatic puppets and City of the Future. The plan was to showcase and demonstrate the most advanced technology in Krot. But you know the rest. You can't hold an exhibition in a city that's fallen into utter chaos. And now the whole city is an exhibition of a nightmare.
Sabe one, vamos para 20 months. Isso aí sabe. Oh, these guys have swords? Hold up a sec. I got guns. Oh, I almost died, I think. Honestly, this arm is awesome. The gun, so strong. And then the fallback, the trade-off is like, it's really slow. Which is a good trade-off. Yeah, fuck it, we take those. Guy looks kind of strong. Aha, I can hit you through the bushes. Oh, I'm just playing. Hello? Okay, but watch this. Okay, but watch this. Are you watching? Are you watching? Alright, stop watching. Fuck. Lord of the Fallen's most fatal mistake releasing a month after Lies of P. I don't think that's actually true. I think their mistake was that the main star, the cooperative experience was not done that well. I think they had a very good chance of doing it great, but the main problem was that their co-op experience was not handled exceptionally well. Let me go up this way this time. Okay, so there's only one way to go. Got it. Okay, I thought I was not going the right way. But I was wrong. I was going the right way. Yeah, I don't know why the emotes are fucked up today. Is there a particular reason? I watched a movie yesterday. You were in it? Oh, hell yeah. Wait, what movie was I in? Oh, the Halloween movie. Yeah, that's me. It's BTTV, BTTV. I paid it last month. Nope, it's definitely paid in. All right, wait. But before I go this way, I think I actually might have messed up something. So, yeah, I might have skipped something that actually had loot. I'm gonna go back. I think it's this way. Plumbing sure was good. Yeah. What sucks is it's not doing too well. Like view-wise, it feels bad that like something you put a lot of time into doesn't get that many hits. But like I think that's sometimes it just happens, and you just move on. Okay, I will actually play the game correctly, and I will carry status nullification potions to deal with that situation. Hold on a sec. Is it decay? Yeah, that one. Okay. I've never used these before a single time, but now it's like a good start. The first episode of Invincible Season 2 is better. Really? Wrong way. Wrong way. I don't know why I'm here. Doesn't make any fucking sense. What? The plants cause decay? No way. You do not sure should you put a lot of thought and effort to put proud of y'all? I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Sarah, like, welcome back for 25 months. Thanks for subbing. No way. Okay. There is a red. Okay, how do I approach? I think I know how to approach the room. I will save my ranged bullets for that part of the area. How long did it take to film? Ugh. We had like, it's 100+ hours. It's some like most, on average, our shoots are about 4 hours. Okay, this is my safe zone. Starting from here, I have to take this kind of slow. Fuck. Spat on me. Got it. Oh, Evanito, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to the stream, guys. I am playing Liza P. Hello, hello. Liza P, the hit game from the creators of Bless Online. But welcome to the stream, guys. I didn't even know. But I just beat the boss last run. And I'm just clearing to the next boss, essentially. I'm dead. This game is so hard. Yeah. Yeah, it's alright. No, it's not that hard. But yeah, welcome to the stream, guys. I'm gonna be playing Valo with a couple people at like 10, so we're kind of burning some time until then. Dude, oh man, my fucking souls have just been getting owned, man. All right, so I think I got all the stuff I wanted to down here. Because I just opened this door, right? Open this gate. Okay. So this is where I was coming in. Where did this go? Oh, okay. Yeah, so for people joining the stream, I am on a no health upgraded run. I'm still on base vitality, which I think is 8 in this game. These are fun. That boss gives me anything extra here. I didn't even get anything extra here. Fuck off. Okay. I'm done with the area. I just wanted to make sure I completely 100%ed it. So I think it's over, question mark. I just need to give... I just need to give a woman a wine bottle, which I don't know exactly where she is, but I'm sure she's somewhere. Okay, I don't know where this wine bottle girl is, but I gotta give it to her. The Rosa Street entrance. I love that it tells you where quest lines are completed in this game. Yeah, someone said From Software could never reforward. I'm like, yeah, they actually would never fucking do that. But this game at least gives you the area and you have to like explore it, which I still don't know where she is, but I know she's in the area somewhere. Oh, she's right there. I literally see her right now.
Even in the
Lovely.
bottle, it has a distinctive shade of red. Thank you, young one. Every step is a struggle when you have the petrification. This.
Here's what I could spare. A Venigi commemorative coin. What did those do again? I think I'm supposed to go back to the Star Hotel and talk to him. Yeah, I don't know why every Souls-like game has to have a poison area just to piss me off. Like a poison swamp area. Like I understand the trope and shit, but like, please, man, please.
At the House of Vanini. Strike a light. The Foundation is a sort of fan club, sir. A very limited number of these were minted for the original well. Once Master Vanini established himself as the this is one of the... You have restored Master Vanini.
I got a half moonstone. Hell yeah. An upgrade piece?
I know my way.
Okay, we're upgrading more of the Puppet Ripper. Oh my god, he needs 4 Dark Covenants? Okay. I'm slowly upgrading my Puppet Ripper weapon to becoming awesome. It's just taking a little bit. Okay, finally, my story progress is perfect. I cleared the boss area, I'm onto the new area, and I have... Yeah, everything's cleared. Which way is up? This way. The Jester puppet? Oh, yeah, the gun or the weapon is awesome. This really fucking cool weapon. The boss, pain in the ass. I got to the point where I was literally memorizing every fucking form of the boss, except for I didn't memorize the second form transition, and that took me... I never did it. I never learned how to dodge the second form transition. I just staggered him and killed him afterward. Never fucking learned it the entire time I was there. Seems in hindsight to be kind of bad. I want to kill this guy. What the fuck is that? That's fucking bad. Oh my god. Dude. I'm telling you, I want to know if there's a way for me to get over this fucking stamina problem that I have. I know what some of you guys think you have a health problem, but like it's actually I have a stamina problem. Or sometimes if I use like heavy attacks or certain weapon attacks, I just run out of stamina. It doesn't feel good. Cardio, yeah, let me add that onto this. Actually, let me go look at my weapon real quick. The weapon is a deep divinity weapon after the crank. Yep. Do you use the course to upgrade the green perks? I don't know what the green perks are. My perks are all over the place. It's still mid-game. I don't know. Someone who actually plays the game can tell you. Bro, I didn't use the right click and I got fucking owned. Ray told me that one of his favorite people are coming up, bosses, and he told me that I'm gonna die like over 80 times the boss. And I'm like, oh, okay, interesting. Also, I got a One Piece Sanji card from whatchamacallit, Robin. I heard the One Piece card game was actually getting a lot of steam recently in terms of people were playing it, and then I heard they dropped a fucking bomb of a banning plus restricted list thing, and it like was very heavy-handed and kind of maybe ruined the game. I don't know who actually plays. I'm curious if the One Piece card game actually plays out. What the fuck? How did he aggro off me? What? Wait, that was kind of, oh, a little worrisome. Oh, also a little worrisome. My bad. Okay. Oh god, I was kind of spooked there. That guy actually hurt bad. Alright, I killed everything on this floor, which means we can always go up. Yeah, I used the booster glue. That weapon is so good though. Like I almost want to go back to it because the Fable arts are so fun. It's got really fun Fable art. Especially the handle Fable art is really good. I don't like this. Pull the lever, funk. Oh, is there a train fight scene? Holy fuck. You have to try that? Oh yeah, I gotta try that as well. I don't know if I like it. I definitely don't like it as much as a site. I think sites are just cool. Where is this? Oh, okay. So it's the Grand Exposition Hall Gallery. Got it. Cool. Okay, I got another one. Yes. Okay, I need 2 more to upgrade my weapon. Can I open it this way? That looks cool. I remember when Scarra said this was a streaming console. I did for about 40 minutes, and then I took it off because I didn't want the sweat in it before the party. What the fuck is that, bro? What does it say? Puppet of the future, Iron Giants will lead us to the future. Oh, I killed this guy in the second act. He was the easiest boss in the game. Okay. I'm assuming I'm gonna have to just fight this guy. Mano y mano. Oh. Ha. Easy. I'm not gonna lie, I got a little scared there, but it was not that scary. Also, these upgrade materials are only for non-boss weapons. But I guess I could upgrade the booster blade for fun, you know? If these guys are teaching you how to parry time that specific attack, I wonder if the boss has that exact attack. Like, why would they give you so many monsters to teach you unless something big is coming up with that? No, not this guy. Is there like a... Oh, there's something at the end. Okay, well. Okay. I kind of got, oh, but like I don't know. It's kind of cool that these guys, you snap off their weapon and immediately hit one parry. another dark crest. Oh, wait, these guys drop dark crests. Wait, I can upgrade my thing in one more. Oh, I can just keep resetting and farm these guys. Okay, that's good to know. I don't need to do it, but if I have to do it. Like, what do I even do about this, man? What if I turn on my light? Oh, what if I turn on my light? Do I have an answer? No. Yeah, I'll figure it out. It's a redundant question. Wow, because I'm in his leash range, he can't attack me. That is, I'm cheating. I'm literally cheating. All skill, by the way, all skill. All skill. That. Why is it red? Oh, it's a thing, a butterfly. A purple one? What is a purple one for? Oh, the technique strength. Oh, shit. Well, I mean, I can't boost mine anymore, do I? One more quartz so I can get my efficiency upgrade. Oh, so it's up into the... Okay, cool. Got it. I don't think this will drop anything special. I'm not gonna do it. Purple one's TP? Oh, I did not know that. All right, so I found an alternative way. Okay, there's also going forward, which is something I have to do after this. Okay. I somehow feel like this is bullshit. Huh? Where are my throwable weapons? Dumbass. Ah, I found the leash rate. Found the leash rate. He's fucked. You bitch. You bitch. I'm so happy I lived. From Software would not have given me this life. I would have fucking died. You wear I give the bits to everyone else on TV. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. But you did not have to do that, man. As long as you enjoy our stuff, like that's all we're good. Dumbass. Wait, but I saw a ladder here. How do you even go down? I heard a voice.
What's going on?
Oh, I got him.
Don't come any closer.
Her name's Belle. Okay.
Oh. You're not one of them. Are you here to save me? Those grand exhibition jerks are not to be messed with. Especially after they took that drug. Then there are those biological experiments.
Does the audio go crazy?
Horrid. I can't reveal everything, but suffice it to say that I can escape on my own if you clear the way a bit. Please, wipe out all those mongrels. Please, it'll be easier to breathe.
She wants me to kill everyone? Well, yeah, I guess if she wants me to do that, I guess I'll just have to do that. Oh, I heard her voice. Okay, just making sure. You guys use the same one for both. Dr. Bell, someone we just met. I don't know who she is, but a damsel in distress asked me to kill everyone in the area. And honestly, who am I to say no? There's something behind it. Wait, I thought this side entrance would be like a side quest, like a side area, but it's literally looking like it's the main area, and I accidentally ended up doing the main part the entire time. The man who stood at the pinnacle of life, champion Victor, has returned. Do you remember the great wrestler Victor, the Hercules of Krat? The man who would never back down even pitted against a lion and a bear? Incurable illness that came suddenly a few years ago, saddened all Krat villagers, but learned that he's human after all. Now the alchemists and the medical sciences, champion Victor is back from the dead. And that's to be the next boss. Is this guy's fucking... Watch this. I'm not gonna lie, I thought he was gonna jump off. What was it, this one? I thought they were gonna jump down. And beat the shit out of me. But that did not happen, which is great. Okay, change of plans. I go back over this. Where is... Oh my... He followed me all the way fucking over. Are you serious? You can't run, bitch. Yeah, I think you can. Okay, how do I even... Okay, let me think. The solution is to go out this way, and then you go up. And there's a bridge that passed. Okay, how am I doing? I'm doing good. Oh, I don't even have to go up. Oh, so I just got 2 shortcuts. Okay. We killed 2 of them. One to the left, one to the right. Let's kill the left one. Maybe what if I don't awaken? That's so fucked up. The guys who made this game, fuck off. Okay, what if I just run past? Oh my god. I'm stuck. Bro, that guy chases so far. And I thought I like ran past him and I did not. He like, oh, he just caught up really quick. I just fight them because they're a pain in the ass, and I want to spend an hour killing that shit. I mean, honestly, I could just fight that one. It's not that bad. It's these. That boss, mini boss takes fucking forever. They're so tanky. Okay, what if I just eat one here? You know, it'd be fucked up if there's an RNG chance that guy is a mini boss and comes out when you run past him. That would be fucking... Yo, you good? Please. All I have to do? The Riddler's here. Oh, he stopped chasing me. Okay, okay. This guy is kind of important because I need to... I need to answer stuff correctly, or I don't get items. Okay.
If your goal is to study the human condition, there's no better way than my riddle position. You know how
After a
today's
quiz.
riddle might have you over the barrel. But get this one wrong and you will be in peril. So, answer correctly or tango with danger. But when you quiz with the king, danger's no stranger. Now, listen closely and heed the king's speech, or the answer to this one will stay out of reach.
So the way Sugar Valley, yeah, we're 6
Think
now.
about this. Whatever it takes. What cannot be used before it breaks?
Hey?
Correct.
Oh, thank God.
You were once such
Let's
a
go.
fool, yet you've gotten so clever. I'm as happy as a parent. In this city, there are those who wish to crack the shell and be reborn. How about you? Can you awaken and break? Oh, it's a frightfully difficult question, huh? So, I'll reward you with a hint. At the grand
That's where we are right now.
you now
Must behold.
all 10 fingertips of the woman of cold. Look close before she escapes your notice. Then I'm done with you. Mostly.
Behold the fingertips of the cold woman at the... Okay, there's gotta be a statue or something of a woman around here to keep your eyes peeled for women, okay? That's a new enemy, right? There's a woman. Ten fingers means 2 women, right? Does she have 10 fingers? Wait, was that it? Wow, that was... Okay, I was expecting a harder puzzle. Yeah, I didn't realize it was gonna be in the next room over. Ash Reeves, what? Oh. We're back for 98 months. Thanks for your subbing. Oh my god. I'm literally being shot at like I'm fucking, I'm a gang member. The turf war. Alright, so there's range mobs now that have guns. Just something to keep in mind. Got it. I went down from here. I Oh, it's like a real person. I mean, hey, welcome back for 18 months. Thanks for your subbing. Oh my god. Okay. So that was the person that was making noise. I thought that was a normal trash mob, man. That's spooked. Spooky. Another Legion plug. I think I almost have enough to upgrade. No one knows the inorganic cluster structure called the crowd. What the fuck is this? Crowd grew exponentially, a threat to the foundation of the system. Even now, crowd is growing. I wonder if crowd is some mineral life that consumes ergo. Okay, well, we will find out what crowd is very soon. Just jump off. Okay, I've explored all the areas here. There are no ladders going up. It's only this place. Got it. I'm gonna share real quick. Push the doors open. The Saintess of Mercy key. Okay, my bad. Does this not look like where a boss? I'll be back. Oh, I got a supply block. Okay, okay. I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back. This is not the entrance? Perfect. Okay, okay. In plan, I go back to the hotel. I level up a little bit. Collect my golden trees. And then turn in the thing that I have. Yeah, this is the best Souls-like I've played that's not from software, pretty much. It's great. Really fucking good. Is it? This is the supply box?
No matter what fate brings, serving welcome to... This is... I shall open it.
Okay.
No matter what, serving welcome.
So you can buy... Oh, you buy... Oh, did they... A quartz! Wait, sick. And then I think I need to buy one. Legion caliber?
I know my way.
I need a full moonstone. Okay, well I'm pretty much done upgrading that. Okay, what about my weapon, my Legion arm? So I want to modify it. Do we have enough? Oh my god, I have enough actually. If I buy the Legion caliber, I can actually dodge while using it. That is great.
No matter what serving welcome.
I fully upgraded my damage arm, which is cool. Awesome. I have upgraded my weapon, which is great. I'm gonna upgrade my quartz so I can heal more, which is also great. Everything's looking up. I've never used the gold coin fruit, but I'm sure at some point it'll be useful. Wait, did they add in the quartz this patch? Like, did this game get patched? I thought quartz wasn't added to the game, or they're just adding 2 more.
Oh my! Did the king of puppets? I'm glad you're growing. Be wary.
Okay. I probably gonna do. Charge when Legion is eliminated. What is a wish set? Lower weapon durability. Oh, that's interesting. Lower stamina with all. Okay, lower the weapon durability. Question lowers Legion consumption. Charge Legion when eliminated. I kind of like this one. See, with the weapon I'm using right now, I'm using a lot of charge attacks. One more quartz. I'm probably gonna do dodge. I heard this is being baseline. Thank God, because I have been running. The last boss taught me this is necessary. I cannot play the game without this against some characters. Either make it default, yeah, as it should be. Okay, I'm good. Okay, I go back and I kill that stupid mini boss. Wait, I explored everything. There was no way to go forward. You had to go to the left anyways, which is fine. I just did not know that was like a necessity. Oh, I can go up. Oh. You bitch. Whatever, man. I get stuck in a wall sometimes against that character, and I'm like, okay, I'm dead. My bad. Let me go up here. Oh, this was knocked down over here. Oh, wow, that actually makes my health. Okay. skip these, I'm assuming kill. Like I want to get as many full moonstones as possible. I'm thinking this one maybe drops me a moonstone. I don't know, but I have to try. Oh, is that grab? He killed me from 80% with his grab. Okay. Question. Is that a puppet or a carcass? The puppet, right? Yes. Okay. No way. Oh, I'm alive. Ah, sucker, you're a leash rape. No. If I just had the Fable arts there, I would have fucking just killed me. Or if I just played it. Oh, oh, it's a grab. Let me top it. Let me top it. If I stop like it's 40, I equip the +4 technique. The amulet is pointless to go past 40. I'm pretty sure the amulet is just shit for you. I have the same amulet. You just like you could go to 36 and equip the amulet, but yeah, it doesn't help you that much. I would just get the 40 and then equip the different amulet because the amulets in this game seem pretty useful. I was told that that doesn't help. So like I'm not using it, but maybe they lied to me. Dude, My opening for this fight was so good. It's staggered. I got 2 things, man. Fuck. Oh, thank God. Oh, yeah? Oh, the laser caliber. Still really good. No problem. No problem. Not a big deal. Oh, it's looking crumpled Baptiste doodle. Ergo hearts connect minds with wavelengths where trans. Wait, I won't be able to think laughing at my. Oh, okay, it's some random mumbo jumbo. Okay, it looks like this is just the boss. I just go up here, I walk forward, and I get to the boss. I'm just making sure there's nothing else. It looks like I completed the level. Okay, this is it. Let's see what the boss looks like. Zanchi, welcome back for 30 months. Thanks for your subbing. The question, the answer yet? Question yet before we explain? Cool. Is this an arena? Oh, okay. Okay.
Welcome to my reign.
Oh.
This is where evolution becomes real.
Oh. Oh, it's the ever-dying champion Victor. Victor. Oh shit.
Fight to the followers of the truth.
What the fuck? Wait, yeah, he literally feels like the bigger version. Okay, so what's the lore behind this guy? I know the alchemist resurrected him from the dead, and the alchemist bad. They no good. Wait, okay, I'm not gonna lie. Can someone tell me if he's a puppet or a carcass or neither? Because I'm about to switch amulets for this guy because I have the fucking Ergo amulet on, which is kind of stupid for bosses. Neither? Okay. No, we could use this one then. Hey.
Fight to the followers of the truth.
He gunned it. Okay.
You're so weak, so unfit. Humanity must be born again.
Fuck! I tried to parry that, man. If it squishes when you hit, it's human. If it clanks, the puppet. But not all humans are carcasses, right? carcasses are like the they're like the guys with the blue stuff. Yeah, so this guy's just, I don't have a thing to use against humans. So this is why it's whatever. It means I get 3 more vigor, I think. Is it 2? 2 more vigor by using the amulet. Let's go.
Open your eyes. Gaze upon the new world.
I'm fine. Okay. Oh, what's that? Oh, he has a command grab. Okay. And I'm probably dead to that. Like, if the small ones command grabbed it 90% of my HP, this one probably does 100. I'm trying to learn his attacks. Okay. Oh shit, okay. Got interesting set of moves. Okay. I know it's a phase 2. Every fucking boss in this game has a phase 2, man. Oh, there's a 4th hit. Fuck. Okay.
Dedicate this victory to you.
Okay. I mean, the boss seems okay. The running move is if you block that running move, you are just staggered like infinitely. But everything else felt pretty good. I don't know if this boss is something I can break when parrying. Usually I like fighting bosses like that because it feels like I did a lot.
Fight to the followers of the truth!
No.
I dedicate
He
this
one
victory to you.
hits me if I fuck up. Oh, with my talisman. Oh, fuck, I might as well not even fucking use my talisman, man. I guess I'll have a better one. Oh, 2 hits? No, it's guaranteed though. I can't get out of that. He punches me in the air. It's not like I can break free of that.
Fight to the followers of the truth!
Yep. Fuck. Fuck. Charge at me, man.
It's not over yet! I am the chosen one! Oh, God. I
Fuck,
dedicate
man.
this victory to you.
Oh, it's like he doesn't unblockable, and then this guy's actually really tanky. Yeah. Like when I put a lot, I think I put a lot of damage into him. I did like 3K plus, right? And he was still at 60% health, 70% health. He might not have a second health bar, but he might just have multiple phases, is what I think. I am not sure. Yeah, I need like a couple of fights to get going, but I think I'm good.
Open your eyes. Gaze upon the new world.
Fuck. Fuck. They got.
This is the power of the reborn.
I did my favorite arts and it did no damage. Apparently you take no damage on the floor. Didn't fucking know that.
We are the reborn. Humanity must
Fuck.
be born again. This
That one's not
victory
bad. That one's not bad. I can parry that. Scarra thanks to sub of the stream. Yeah, I didn't know this boss had iframes. Because usually whenever the boss is like recovering from your fatal attack, you like beat him up a little bit more, you know? You like freaking just hit him. But like not this one. Okay. I'm really curious with this. Fuck off. I'm really curious to see new moves. I might try the fire grindstone just to see if I do more damage to this. It's probably like, I'm probably supposed to use acid or something. Okay, I think I have to heal here. It's with a weird amount of health.
Fight to the followers of the truth!
Oh, I almost died there. Stagger him? Oh, I actually thought I had the stagger there, but it was not even close. Okay, I all in on some fake ass shit, bro. This boss is kind of cool. So far, I like him. Nothing feels cheap. Like the windows seem pretty clear. And I like that he's kind of like he's in your face fucking dude. Like that's where I want to be.
Open your eyes. Gaze upon the new world. Humanity must be born again. It's their duty and their fate.
A fire electricity also works that this type of mob takes more damage per tick. It's more likely to start to tick depending on the debuff. Oh, like he's more likely to be set on fire. The final boss area. I hope this is the final boss. I feel like I still have a lot to learn about the game. Oh no, this game is literally, the more you parry him, the more he loses like his stagger.
Gaze upon the new world.
Fuck. Oh, I thought it was dead. I thought it was dead. Up to send me the cookie.
You're so weak. So unfit.
There's a 5 hit. Bro. Yeah, this guy doesn't really do delayed attacks either. Like everything is very upfront. Like his attacks aren't slow. They come at you at like a very predetermined rate. I don't feel like this, at least this part of the boss will give me too much trouble. I don't know if I'll be able to kill him before 10, but I should be able to at least push into another phase. All right, here we go. Let's fucking go.
Fight to the followers of the truth.
I mean to do this. You're using cube now. Ow. Ow! I missed my favorite art, man.
You're so weak. So unfit.
I didn't die there. That's a dub. That's a dub. That's a dub. Fuck, man.
It's not over yet. I am the chosen one.
He backdashed my fucking second like swing. So I missed my like stagger, bro. That I'm sad. I am so sad. That's it. I mean, a lot of good progress there. I think as long as I can guard most of his 5-hit combo, it seems pretty good. If he doesn't have a second phase, I would be shocked if he doesn't have a second phase. I mean, the first phase doesn't seem that hard.
Open your eyes. Gaze upon the new world.
Oh. I fucking suck. Well, I was calling. No, it's not. Here we go. 5-hit. Wait. Is he immune during that as well? The fuck? Oh, it's a 4. Oh, bad. Like, I was gonna use my fatal attack, or like my fatal attack into like, you know, stabbing him, but then it did no damage. This, oh, that's okay. You 2K? Oh, so it did hit. All right, I did not see. 2K does not feel like good. But yeah, I can't play WoW. The new TFT set comes out soon, and I already know some of the details about it, and Sounds great. Sounds lit. I'm excited.
Open your eyes. Gaze upon the new world.
Fuck. I believe it. Bad.
Dedicate this victory to you.
You know who this guy reminds me of? But he, like, if he was a little bit more electrical based, he remind me of Dominus for fucking PoE. That midsets are going away. Yeah, I mean, the only reasons midsets are going away is because TFT is so popular that they're able to now have enough employees to make 3 sets a year. So that's a dub for China, honestly.
Open your eyes. Gaze upon the new world.
Forgot. Free combo. Bounces the thrash is hard stuff. What? It won't. You know why? Because they're not gonna have little legends, man, or like legends coming back. A lot of the bounce problem was off legends, honestly. TF especially, really hard to balance. I think legends are a great idea, by the way, but it's just so hard to balance. Kind of like portals in set 3. They did 2K. Okay, I'll double check. 4K. This guy is really tanky, man. What the fuck? No way. The phase 2 yet? Oh, nope. Oh. Fuck!
I dedicate this victory to you.
Yeah, I feel like Legends remind me of set 3. Do you guys remember the galaxies? I think in theory the galaxies could be really good, but a lot of times they're just ended up being very unbalanced. Like a free 4 cost at 2-1. Oh wait, mech is broken. You got Fizz. You won the game. The Kyun got rank 1 in that set, and watching the mech players play that set was the most disgusting thing ever. Yeah, literally, beginning to get me mech. Everyone just fucking spam rolls and praising how God they hit Fizz on 6.
Open your eyes. Gaze upon the new world.
I didn't block that, I'm pretty sure I was dead there. Here we go, 5 hit. Oh, no! First time I got grabbed. Fuck. Okay, well.
I dedicate this victory to you.
Bro, he steps on me at the end. I want to feel this is hard still. That'd be cool. Play WoW long? Yeah, my thoughts are I would thought it was cool. It had cool moments, but it felt like a grindier game than it felt like a more Neo-ish kind of game where you had to grind more a little bit for the stuff you wanted. I just think it's a less complete game than this game. I like it a lot less. It's probably better than Lords of the Fallen, but I don't really know if I would consider that to be like an accomplishment. It's developed by Neo. Yeah, you know what? That makes sense. Never even seen that movie before. What the fuck?
This is the power
5 hit.
of the reborn.
I hit. The one thing I realized that makes this boss really good is that he gives you a lot of openings to heal. You can argue that's bad, but I would say some bosses should let you have openings to heal. I don't feel like the fight is harder or worse. I just feel like if there's openings for me to heal, here's my bit. Forgot. There was the face dude. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. There's no way this game would ever give me a free boss. It's Bane, right? It's fucking Bane. This literally is just Bane. And I'm Batman. Oh shit, bro. He lost. It's just.
The new world belongs to us.
Oh. Take a gunshot. What the fuck was that? There's two? Okay, new moves, new moves. Whoa. He hits me on the way down? Excuse me?
This is the power of the reborn.
1, 2, 3, 4. No! No, I was so close, bro. I was so close, man. Yeah, I thought phase 2 had more stuff changes. I was trying to elongate the fight to see if I could see more mechanics. But he's got like a double pounce. He's got like a faster jump. He's got some stuff, but it doesn't seem like that good. And the 5-hit combo is the exact same one. Okay, like it looks okay. Yo, yeah, I think I could beat this guy before 10. I didn't beat the clown. What do you mean? Easy. Clown's a joke.
Open your eyes. Gaze upon the new world.
He's playing, bro. I didn't know there was another move. I forgot. I hit. I missed. I fucking missed. I missed. Three tendies. Wait, because you guys all believe in me, right? Hello? Bro, it'll always be people who come out of the woodworks as soon as there's a possibility of a gamble. You're like, gamble? Huh?
Open your eyes. Gaze upon the new world.
Shit. Fine. I did not remember that. Me and you, Victor. Oh no! I don't know if I can live this from 100.
Humanity must be born again.
It's the only move that he can 100-0 me with. Oh no! Oh, I've only been grabbed twice, but like I don't really. I'm not really paying attention to the startup of it. If I can roll on the ground, oh, I can't yet. Can I break out of that if I can roll on the ground, like after the stomp? Gamba. This is the run. Yeah. I got you guys. I got you guys. Well, watch this. Watch.
Followers of the truth.
That's it. Yo, that's the grab. Okay.
We are the reborn.
No, I mistimed it. No. Oh. I don't know, man. I 100% kill this boss if you give me another hour. But I got 6 minutes. I think it's possible. No, man. I don't even need full life. I got it.
Light to the followers of the truth.
No! No! If I could roll on the floor, I could actually dodge out of that. Oh no. Oh no, man. Yeah, it's okay. That one didn't count yet. This is the real one. Double Kid, welcome back for 18 months. Thanks for your subbing. Count for the dollars? Fuck it. You can give him a freebie. Watch this.
Open your eyes. Gaze upon the new world.
Oh, okay. I've never been hit by that before. I think combo. Oh no.
Oh God. I dedicate this to
Is that guaranteed? I was spamming spacebar and parry there. But I can't roll on the ground because I don't have the thing yet. So it's like. Oh no. There's fun that one? Yeah. Live until the gamma ends, bro. You guys believe in me, right? You guys watch me every day. I've never not killed a boss in Liza P. In fact, I've killed multiple bosses.
Open your eyes. Gaze upon the new world.
That was a grab. Oh, I fucking. Okay, thank God. I've literally never seen that pattern before. 5 hit. Here we go. Oh, that's grab. Okay. Okay. You ready?
The new world belongs to us.
Oh. It got hurt. That's a new pattern. Never seen that before. No! He delayed that. He delayed that. What the fuck? No! No! I've never seen a delayed fist! Oh my fucking God, bro. Okay, well, no one's in the Discord yet, so I'm gonna just do another attempt. Nah, but bro, you guys are so scared. I knew everyone there was so fucking. They're pissing their fucking pants when they saw my face. When they're like, "Oh my fucking God, you're so lucky that guy did 2 moves
Hello.
I've never." Hello.
Hello.
Yo, oh, we're all here.
Well, 3 of us out of 5.
Yeah.
Open your eyes.
You guys are real ones.
Gaze upon the new world.
Yeah.
Where's Mr. Reeves and Mr. Kuno?
Whoa.
Man, I can't wait to try the new Agent ISO in our games.
Same.
You guys gotta. We should all install it.
No, he's gonna get mad.
No.
And not like the haha on stream mad. It's like when Sekuno's off stream when he gets mad. That's like the scary one that we can't talk about. Yeah, what am I? Yeah, you're right. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Crap, you could be watching.
Oh no, you could be watching. Help. Wait.
This is the power of the reborn.
I've hit. Here we go. I'm walking up. He's walking back. Look how scared he is. Lots of P guys. This boss is so fucking hard. I'm glad they're taking a while. I need to beat this boss.
So Kudo said, I'm gonna be a couple minutes late.
You're so weak. So unfit.
You're so weak. You're fucking weak, bitch. I'm fucking weak. I'm sure.
The new world belongs to us.
You guys fucking scared? Yeah, you are. No! No fucking way! No fucking way! Oh my fucking god! Oh my fucking god! Oh my fucking god! You telling me I didn't get? Oh! It was actually one hit. Oh my fucking! How did it even exist? Oh my god, man. I just died to the boss and he didn't have health I could see. Like it was the last tick. I'm pissed. Where's everyone?
Yo, where's Michael? The Udo. Don't worry, Michael's usually never like something came up and he'll be here like instantly.
Yeah, he's probably saving children. I'm missing all my windows.
Oh wait, that's
God, I dedicate this victory to you.
I actually, oh my fucking god. You know why the VIP badge is pink? It's because everyone who knows Scarra always doubts. That's not true, okay? That's the default color. And actually all of the millionaires in my community are believers. All of them. You ask any of them.
Open your eyes. Gaze upon the new world.
I did.
Yo, where's the gang, bro?
Yeah, I'm calling Michael, okay?
You can dodge that?
Humanity must be born again. It's their duty and their fate.
His sidestep has iframes. I've never tried to hit him during a sidestep, but he iframed my AoE move. What? Also, guys, I definitely stayed awake to watch NRG last night, and like I could barely stay awake. I was literally like, I woke up, I saw like the Shy like own some people, I went back to sleep. I woke up, fucking same thing. Oh fuck, man. I think NRG choked. I just think they had maybe one game that was winnable, and some of the other games just did not look close, man. Any other worlds? Yep.
Open your eyes.
I mean, it's okay. They're a new team. that was literally like 8th or some shit in NA. Before they got it together. And it's top of the standings, you know? Fine. The expectations for them were really different, you know? Honestly, I'm pretty impressed with how far they came this year. Here we go. I did. Do it. That looks really spooky.
I'm sorry.
It's not over yet.
I'm
I am the
I
chosen
fell asleep.
Oh, take your time.
I'm not a baby pussy. I'm okay. I apologize though.
No, 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 no.
Oh, how about let's fucking go. Let's go. I wake
We all
up.
made it here at 10:15, the exact time we planned.
The exact time we planned. That's right, guys.
Man, I can't wait to try out the new agent.
Oh, the new agent? I can't wait to try him out too, dude.
Wait. Or maybe we can take turns playing.
You know,
Yeah, you and me
I
can
think.
switch off back and forth.
Yeah.
Oh no, I want to play too. He looks.
Oh,
like
yeah,
a
yeah,
live
Scarra,
character,
get it.
character. Yeah.
I've never played ISO.
Okay, guys.
Oh, you haven't
I
played
have a
it
way
yet?
to solve all
Let's
of
get
them.
out of that.
I have a way to
Okay.
solve all of them. ISO really relies on your aim, so whoever can click and lock them in first has the best aim, and they should be able to play them, right?
Now, for the range, whoever gets the highest hard bots score.
No, that's not a good barometer.
Yeah, that's not a good. Yeah.
Dude, I got ulted by an ISO for the first time and one tapped him in the head, and it was the fucking fucking thing ever.
That is
Dude,
actually what
killing him
happens.
when he ults you is so fucking fun.
That happens to me most of the time when I.
Hold on. Big boss fight. I'm about to kill him. I'm about to kill him.
Scarra, what are you doing right now?
He's playing live
Bro's
with
playing.
me.
Is anyone?
Bro's been stuck on the same boss for 10 years.
Yeah, give it up.
Scarra, I'm watching you right now. This isn't the
No! Fuck! Fuck!
Apparently, it was not the run.
It wasn't the run.
We
He
said
ulted
10
that
o'clock.
forward. Oh no.
Yeah, that's on me. That's
I'm
on
so sorry. I actually feel bad. Oh my god, that might have been the run, and I might have ruined
I'm
it.
locking in
for him.
ISO. I'm locking in ISO.
He's gonna lock it in.
I'm locking
baby.
in ISO.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I'm also locking in ISO. I
I'm
actually
so
don't wanna play
sorry,
that fucking
Scarra, but I
trash
have
ass
like
character.
I have so many channel points now because I bet on that
What?
so long ago.
Huh?
You guys ready for Valorant?
Bro, you're a doubter? Bro.
No.
What?
If I was a
I
doubter, I
actually
would have.
100%
I
thought
just
you
got
were
10,000 channel points. But
10 hours ago, bro.
Am I waiting on this? Yeah. Watch this. Oh. All right. I'm getting on it now. Oh god. I'm on.
Let's fucking go.
it's
Fucking
time.
go.
It's time. Are you looking up anime to watch, Toast?
No, I'm debating whether or not Zootopia is Beastars is just a Zootopia ripoff, and then if it qualifies as furry porn.
Well,
It does, but it's
I mean,
also
the first
good
thing is
anime.
it definitely
for
is
the first
not a
season.
ripoff, but the second thing I don't think so. But I wouldn't-
It could be both. It's time. It could definitely still.
Well, I
be
guess
both,
my
not mutually
why are you
exclusive.
why are you
Wait, but Beastars
Bringing
is
that up?
kind of good for the first
It's
50 chapters.
good, but it's weird when the wolf and the bunny they got in a hotel room and started doing weird things.
Yeah.
I don't remember that happening, but
It did. I remember.
Yeah, I remember.
Oh.
Couldn't forget.
Oh.
Couldn't forget if you tried. It's just burned into my memory. I was watching it with my roommates and we were all high. It burned itself into my psyche.
Oh my god, that's what you watch with your roommates? Oh shit.
Well, not anymore. Also, season 2 just got kind of confusing.
Oh, I think it started super good and then like it got really tangled.
Wow, I've never heard of a fucking anime doing that before. That's crazy, dude.
Bro, every one of my favorite ones is just shit. It's just
Like
all
that,
ends the same way.
Bro, Promise Neverland should have fucking ended.
Yeah, it's like Prison Break.
I heard it like fell off pretty quick.
No,
but...
It's kind of like Prison
It's
Break.
exactly like
It's
Prison Break.
exactly like Prison
So the
Break,
first
yeah.
season of Prison Break, they're in the prison. And you know when the show starts getting bad? When they leave the prison. They had to go back to the prison for it to be good
God.
again.
That's literally just like The Walking Dead.
I don't.
I heard
Aren't
that
there
got
like 50 seasons of The Walking Dead?
Yeah, but like the season after they left the prison, that's when it's began.
All right,
its
hold on. I'm gonna play
decline.
some ads now so that we don't get ads in the middle of the game. Okay, but we're in queue.
I'm
So
thinking about
see you guys
watching
in a
that.
couple
Have you guys
minutes.
ever seen Breaking Bad? You ever watched it?
Yeah.
A couple episodes.
Okay, if you say Breaking Bad declined, I don't know if.
No. I was thinking about just watching it from beginning to end.
Oh, okay, yeah. That
I
show's
heard it's
amazing.
awesome.
I thought you were
Yeah.
about to say it declined because we were just
No, no,
talking about everything that declined.
No.
Yeah, Breaking Bad's one
Well,
of the
because everyone
greatest.
compared like Breaking Bad to like Walking Dead in the beginning.
Oh,
And then one ended really
Oh.
good and one ended super fucking bad. So.
I heard the Breaking Bad guys knew the ending like shot like as soon as they started, like at the very beginning. So they were
Oh,
building
that's
up until that point the entire like show.
I like it.
Match found.
To know your shit's
Oh
gonna
my
end
God,
and not
we're in
keep
it.
it pumping out fucking
Yeah.
episodes.
Guys, I
It
had a
can take
really
while.
good day of winning, so the MMR is going to be peak right now.
Okay.
That's what we want. That's what we need.
Yeah. I think Toast should play ISO.
I don't have it unlocked.
Me
What?
I don't want that fucking guy.
You don't have him unlocked?
Play
Go
him.
ahead,
I feel like you'd enjoy
Scarra.
it.
Go,
you
go,
pick
yeah,
him.
go
You-
ahead, Scar.
No, you pick him. You pick him.
You pick
I don't have the character.
Oh, so I'll pick her.
Okay. Well,
Wait,
what
you
about
sh-
Lily?
you sure,
I think Lily
Sakino?
would be a crazy ISO.
I'm playing Neon.
Oh.
Let's just go 5
wow.
duelists, guys. Lock it in. Lock it in.
Okay, I'm
Okay.
going. I'm going.
It's time.
Wait. Well, okay. To be fair, I was actually gonna play Omen, but
Perfect.
or Sage.
I mean, literally,
No, I'm
this,
gonna hit it with a Sage. I'm gonna
this
hit it with a
character
Sage.
is literally
Alright,
just
I'll play.
Harbor, but a duelist.
I will do initiations.
He's
This
like
is super
Harbor, but
strong.
a
This is
duelist, but
busted.
his wall is not nearly as.
Yeah, except his wall is
His wall is pretty
unstoppable.
donkeyed.
Wait,
You
really?
know?
His wall's OP. You can't break it. It's just like a.
It's OP,
Yeah, but you
but
can't
it's so
stop
skinny that in like
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
a majority of places it doesn't even block it. But when it does block it, it is really OP.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
just that a lot of places it's
You can
like not
send it
even-
through.
Julian has got on
the
record and say they bullshit a
hookah
lot of it.
window and
No, they
won't
said they
jump
had the
out.
ending synced from the very beginning. Pretty sure.
Wait, what if it's like what if we hit the bottom? Like as soon as we jump out, it's not. Is it still
Oh,
there?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
for
yeah,
real?
it like
Oh,
goes over things, which is kind of cool.
Oh, okay, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Still neat.
Wow, he
I
did not
tuned in
plan
at 10
anything
stream
out.
and,
Wait,
like,
he
just
not
would
planned
not
the
stop
ending
talking
shot?
about
I
how
still swear I
ISO
heard
is
that
the worst
somewhere.
fucking agent that Valorant has ever added.
Oh, he's definitely.
Super fun to
Me
watch.
googling real quick.
I mean, I think he's fun. I'm gonna say I think he's fun.
I
I
love
will
it when
say
he
his
ults
ult
me.
is strange.
It's-
Yeah,
it's so fucking
We
funny.
were literally on the same page right there.
Oh, they
Dude,
have an
like-
ISO,
Enemies
but
in
I
Norway?
hope he ults me.
He fucking
like getting
ults
hit
me.
by,
Even if
hope
I
you-
Oh,
like
Never mind.
even getting killed once in your ult has to be the most tilting shit ever as ISO.
I
you
think
know?
I
Like,
lose
what
about
the fuck?
80% of my ults.
Yo, let's do an A push.
That's
Scar.
fire.
Wait, hold on. I'm reading
push?
which of
I'm
my
gonna
abilities.
If
defense.
you guys A push, I'll stun
I
it
thought-
from B.
Okay, I'll just actually hold a like a regular.
Okay. I'm
dude.
gonna
No,
stun
no,
right
no,
side.
no, no, no. You're coming with us.
You have to come with him,
What?
or else it won't work.
I'm the sage though. I should like chill back. right?
Yeah.
All right,
but
Scar, do you have your
Grim?
vulnerable thing?
Yeah, I'll buy it right now.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm
can you
gonna
shoot it
stun
to the
right
right
here.
if there's contact? I'm smoking the left.
Yeah,
You guys
it'll
went
hit you. It'll hit you. Can you move? Can you move?
Okay, yeah.
You guys
hold
go
on.
fast, right?
Yeah, we'll
go,
go fast.
go.
We'll go fast.
Stim beacon here.
No one. They're coming to you. They're
I-
coming to you.
I-
Whatever you do, don't peek long because that's the only place they can push in.
Sorry, guys.
50
That's on me.
Out of here.
Take him long. Take him long.
Keep going.
Reloading.
Healing him. Healing him.
Good attempt.
One more.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Last one's sick. Takuno, do you know where he is? He might be
No,
hookah.
no, he's been unseen. Must be hookah.
Launching
The guy who killed me killed already in.
Wait.
Like,
The Sakura's healed 25 seconds.
All right, whatever you do, don't die in 25 seconds.
I think he's going A. He didn't take
That's fine.
teleporter though.
We can play retake.
What was?
We hold this.
What was
10?
that sound?
10 for heal.
You get my friend. I got your back.
I'm gonna crawl near you.
Can't use this yet.
He's not AFK. We don't buy
Can't
that.
use this yet.
We do not buy that.
I'm gonna
you.
report
Well,
this
come
guy.
to think of it, I haven't seen any stars on the floor.
Yeah, actually.
Wait,
Yeah, well,
Okay.
well, you're just running, huh?
I'm gonna go
Okay.
blindly
30 seconds
check.
left.
That's enough to sell me on it.
Spike planted.
Planted,
He wasn't
planted.
AFK. They
lied.
lied.
Wait, where's that staff from?
Yeah, that
Brand
looks like a
new.
League of Legends item. Cool.
Oh, why you don't? Pleasure to see you. Hello.
Wow, that thing looks crazy.
Oh!
He's behind. He's gonna be mid.
Launching
Go for the
smoke.
defuse.
I'll just do that. What is this?
It's okay,
He's
you still
doing
got
the.
it.
It didn't even stop me from diffusing.
Yeah. It kind of
he did it
also
wrong.
ruined anything.
He did it wrong. He was supposed to put it on the side so it pulls me away.
Let's go, Brim. X Kingdom represent.
Okay.
Used his ability wrong. Poor guy.
Alright,
Let
you
me-
guys gotta hit it again.
Are we fine?
Yes. Lily, come with us. Come with us. Because we're gonna push out
Hit
A.
it, hit it, hit it.
We're gonna push out. We're gonna push out A.
We're buying then.
Yeah. Buy. Come
Are we
with me.
supposed to buy when we?
Yeah.
You know, when we win.
Wait. How does double tap work?
This is business. Over there.
You like
You'll figure it out.
Osu?
Yeah.
Breaking.
Yeah.
Both them?
Yo, he's just peeking. Back him up. He's fucking dead.
Guys,
down
go in.
A.
Go in.
My abilities are disabled. I'm weakened.
What is happening?
65 kills!
Wall raised.
I messed up my wall. I don't play this
Perfect
character.
wall.
They have gun. 10 bullets.
You can just wait,
Heal
Michael.
myself.
They're probably coming.
Oh, yeah, I think I might have heard.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
I don't think we hit her for anything.
Should I take TP?
No, not yet.
Spike's
think
not
so.
shown yet, so.
That jet was insane, by the way. Did I Volt anyone? I Volt
I'm
one.
gonna keep waiting here.
Heard
I hear
stars?
stars.
Stars B. Outside. He dropped.
Trevor.
He's here.
I'm just gonna
Second.
go.
I'm gonna fall back. I don't know where the fuck he is.
Oh, you got the stick.
Planting.
Planting.
Planting. He's planting.
You're
Could be a
like
fake.
Wukong.
On the right.
Last player standing.
How is bro alive from
Oh
that?
my god. You could have
30
so
seconds
many
left.
Just jump.
I actually didn't. I didn't hit her a single time.
Oh no, Sekuno did.
Right.
Oh, for real? Okay, easy.
What the fuck
easy.
happened mid?
Wait. I Voled and I got killed from the one on the left.
Push him till they
Because,
Did
yeah.
you communicate you were pushing out?
Yeah.
Why didn't the other two back you up?
I don't know.
I missed.
You
I
didn't
got
miss.
4
You were here
kills.
with Saikuno.
I got 4 kills. I'm
Okay,
immune,
let's go.
right?
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Wait, I don't have money.
Oh.
You got a Vandal,
you're
though.
Right.
Whoa! Magical Vandals just appeared in my lap.
And it's the brand new skin too.
Oh, is this new?
Yeah, just came out.
watch and learn.
Push Y. It has
If
a
you-
little.
if you hear
It's
him,
got
I'm
some
gonna
like
stun it,
little
right?
things on it.
I'm waiting.
Smoke's down.
Don't peek. You none of you
Also, Lily,
fuckers
don't
peek.
peek. I'll stun it for you, Lily.
Okay, alright. I don't hear you.
Check.
I'm not Voled.
It's just a couple mid.
Just realized Sage Home Heaven is like really bad.
You watch showers.
Right here.
There's a guy walking in shower.
There's 2. Iso's crazy. He's crazy.
Rusted.
One here.
Valorant.
One guy's on site. One guy's on the site, yeah?
Yeah, he's like right
Over
here.
there.
Right here.
One, yeah, U-Haul.
What the fuck was that?
Got
Possibly
one.
U-Haul,
Spikes down,
possibly
spikes
U-Haul.
down showers.
A.
Oh,
U-Haul.
wait, U-Haul, yeah.
I can't believe he was in U-Haul.
Oh,
One enemy remaining.
nice kill.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Nice.
Found you.
Guys, I'm like sage fragging.
Free target practice.
Guys, that guy.
I'll take it.
That guy owned me. Okay, wait. So when,
I'm out of
is
here.
is E like? Do I have to press it before I fight, or does it just happen when I kill someone?
Nah, you
You
gotta
have
do
to
it
push
before
it
you
before.
fight.
Oh.
Wait, how much have you played this guy?
This is my first game.
Oh my god, I thought you were...
Game 1.
Yeah, game 1.
You gonna stun out, Michael?
Yeah, I'll stun out.
Oh, perfect.
yeah.
I'll go long. I'll go long. I'll go long.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Very nice. Very nice.
Very nice.
Hey, repeat.
Yeah, go.
Hey, Toast, I'm leaving. Your shower's open. All right, thanks, guys. No.
Oh yeah. Well, the action's on B. The action's on B.
One more
I'm gonna
long.
hold this shit.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Last one was
Was,
mid,
uh,
I heal
right?
myself
Yeah.
just in case.
Nice.
Oh my
nice.
goodness.
I just tried to mantle the wall like in Fortnite. That's not good, guys.
Wait, are you playing tomorrow?
It's not over. You gotta go.
Yeah, I'm gonna play immediately. My whole day has it, or my whole house has it blocked up on their calendars. I think one put in PTO.
Oh. Hey guys, how about the rest of us 4?
Yeah, I don't play
Fortnite
much
tomorrow.
No fucking ready.
No,
I'm
lot of
going to
people
BlizzCon tomorrow.
Yeah, a lot of good people are going.
Oh my god, I would rather play Fortnite 1,000 times. Than to
Same,
see 1,000
Do you wanna
BlizzCons.
do
Yeah, we'll do it. Okay, we're gonna wait a little bit, you know, because
I'll do that thing that I do called lurking about.
You here? One here?
Sounds like a couple A short.
Okay.
Destabilizing.
We're gonna. You're gonna watch showers,
Hit
right?
him with the slow there.
Okay. Awesome.
Slow day short.
He's smoking mid.
Look
Don't be
here.
afraid to
One
push.
here? Two here.
One shower. Nice.
Gotten a lot better at headshotting after playing ISO.
We got
One hookah.
Over there.
One more here,
Yeah,
Caleb.
there's one in U-Haul or hookah.
Target down. My ult is ready.
One more on your left, I
You're
think.
probably gonna wrap on him. Yeah, careful.
Oh, one stuck on the right.
Oh, there's one still on the right. He's tucked in.
Destabilizing. My ult's ready.
I don't know which way they're.
Oh, you killed him.
Where's ISO?
Nice.
Unknown.
He is gonna be
Holding
near
that,
you,
Lily?
by the
Keep
way.
holding that?
Yeah, Lily. Yeah, he's
Oh,
with you.
nice.
Oh,
Enemy
there we
remaining.
go. There we go.
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Nice.
Team Ace.
He's like.
Outfought.
Okay, wait. So how
You
does this?
must fall. Then fall near me.
Oh man, matchmaking is not working very
going
well
crazy.
today.
Wait, what do you mean it's not working?
No, it's our team. It's our team buff.
Yeah, guys,
Yeah.
we've been training.
We've never
We've been
lost.
winning a
I'm
lot of
playing like
games.
dog shit.
We
Well,
have
that's
been
not
winning.
true. Okay,
I'll be
yeah.
honest, we've been winning too much. This is gonna be like our 7th or 8th win in a row, which
Let
is
me know
just.
when.
Alright, Lily. Yeah. We'll give it a sec.
I will vote for you as well.
This will be
I
awesome.
think this is actually gonna be my
Just wait
biggest
on it.
winning streak in the
Go on the
history
stun,
of
go on the stun.
Valorant, like that I've ever played.
Heal here.
You might get stunned there, Scarra.
Okay.
Oh, and we know.
Go.
Over there.
Let's just
Oh
rotate. They've never
my
fought.
God.
Oh
There's
my
one more.
God, Scarra!
Show me a target.
Did you hit the orb?
No, I didn't have it available.
Lily, pick up the smoke.
Honestly, you don't need it. You don't need that. I'm going back to A just in case.
I was greedy. 40 Astra.
I changed my mind. I'm going back
Anyone
to B.
else?
70 Astra. 70
Okay.
Astra.
Jeez,
Well,
thanks
as
a
long as you
lot.
guys didn't die all the way out there, I can revive you. Oh.
You still revived.
Okay, you're making me want the stick.
Reviving.
Your duty.
I just revived whoever I could see.
Oh god. Wow, he's dog shit. That's awesome.
Wait, they're flanking us.
It's on site.
One enemy remaining.
That guy actually was kind of bad,
Spike
but
down.
I
Because
didn't
you're gonna
want
hit
it
this
to
guy like right now.
be. Like, spike down B.
Yeah, the guy's here. The guy's here.
I bet he went.
It's probably going through hookah if I were to guess. But
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
You're about to see us, like, you know.
I'm gonna hide here.
Oh my god, he's by the box
ready.
here.
Oh, he wants that ace.
Okay.
This guy not going for the spike?
Yeah, he doesn't even want to win. He just wants to
10 seconds left.
get that ace. Which I respect.
Bro does not care.
Yeah, he doesn't give a fuck.
He doesn't have enough time to plant even.
The stick.
What was he doing, bro?
He waited so long.
He went for the spike at the very last second.
I need a gun.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. That was kind of good.
Oh okay.
Doesn't go for the spike and he
that
goes for the spike.
Oh
Yeah.
man. Oh man, the poor guy. That was just. Ooh. I've been
Wait.
playing so much Valorant. I think I've actually improved a little.
Oh my god. Okay, wait. Do you want to go out? I can roll them.
Get out of my
Going?
Stabilizing.
Oh, he had
Nope.
me. Sorry.
I can't believe
Wait,
that happened.
Michael, you ready? Michael, you ready?
I'm ready. Yeah, I'm ready. What the fuck am I ready for?
No
dude?
distraction.
No
Oh,
distraction.
you got it. You got it. No distractions. No distractions. Let's go.
I think the Jet should somehow live. I don't know how. The Jet should be.
It's just on the
ultra
left.
low.
She's on the bench.
She jumped in.
Holy, she actually hit that move with that.
Spike planted.
I'm gonna wait for whoever's alive to show up and hopefully let me heal. I killed someone.
How did you
Last
kill
player
them?
standing.
To right, to right.
One enemy remaining.
You're better.
No
She's left.
way.
You're a beast.
Well done.
Whew, I've been
job.
playing a
Wait,
lot of
what happened with
ISO,
y'all?
so-
I missed.
Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff happened.
You missed your ult. That thing
Ripped
hits half
your
the map.
ult with 0 contact.
Is what
Don't
I
worry
trained
about it.
for.
And he hit it. No, he hit the guy. Just died.
Oh,
Sage.
something might have happened.
Miracles.
Wait, unless you hit it and then you lost the 1v1.
No, that'd be
is what
really
happened.
embarrassing.
That's
Oh.
bad.
No, it happens. Like it happens. You just gotta aim better.
You
You
take
know?
those. You take those.
Yeah, like I feel like I actually improved my aim by only playing ISO.
Okay, Lily, are you going out?
Over
I
there.
can. Or
Over
Here?
there.
Huh?
where do you want to go out?
Yeah, sure.
I can vold all of it.
Here. Here.
You want to
Vold?
play?
Here,
Let's
here,
play.
here.
Oh shit! I
Stand aside.
40 KO.
Hold
Careful
him,
long,
Scarra.
sorry. Careful long. Careful
hold
long.
him.
Show me a target.
Coming with a heal if you here peek me.
Stopping fire.
Healing.
Got it.
Breaking them.
Big
Oh,
vault.
they're all in
I'm
there.
gonna actually stun him. I'm gonna kill him here. Hey, watch this. Watch this. I'm gonna make the Joe DeBozo face.
Spike down B.
Wait, how? I stunned him here. What the fuck?
Oh, he's on the.
Oh, he's got the ult.
He's lost. He's lost.
His ass.
Kill.
Last player standing.
Oh, what the fuck?
Why can't I reach? Why can't I reach?
No, my
Jesus.
God, you did not res me.
This is good. This is good.
Oh,
Got
Oh,
nice,
Jesus.
nice. This is good. This was good. Good job, guys.
good job.
Did that guy miss all?
He's the bad guys. How's that for a
This
plan?
is crazy, dude.
Alright, this round I don't want to hear someone running out and then instantly dying. It said, oh no.
No, you know, honestly, I
Just
thought.
at me, bro.
Wait, but no, we gotta do it this time. Hold on, I'm going A. I'm going A.
You guys want? Are you guys gonna rush out?
Go push out.
Okay, you can push out mid and to the right. I can smoke
Oh,
your
yeah,
left
let's
and
do that,
hold
let's
it.
do that. Yeah,
I'm gonna stun you right.
I'm gonna stay perched up.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna-
you
I'm
guys,
gonna vote,
you
I'm
guys,
gonna vote, I'm
Lily,
gonna
you just
vote.
gun out.
Yep.
We'll
Gun out.
support. Gun out. Go.
Launching smoke.
Oops.
I want you to know you did good. Oh shit.
The RB's empty. I'm going there.
I'm gonna smoke it.
Launching smoke.
Planting.
Planting. Okay, got it.
Spike planted.
Oh no way! He pushed through my slow. The maniac.
TP?
Oh, probably from A.
Show me a
He
target.
must have come through.
Last player standing.
No. 40?
Oh, and
Fuck, why am I not just shooting them in the head like a dumb bitch?
oh, okay.
Oh god.
I'm ready.
Yo, Lily, good job. We just got owed after.
Yeah.
No, it's because I ditched Mike.
That really pisses me off.
Go, go.
Click him on the head. Click him on the head. Click him on. Just click him on the head.
Just click him in the head. Just click him.
Michael, we need you. Michael!
Make it up. Oh my god, he's AFK.
Uh oh.
Destabilizing.
Mid. One mid.
Not here, not here, not here. Maybe long?
Whoa. Oh wow.
Go away, go away, go away, go away, go away.
I'm a util agent.
Two gunshot, not in, not in.
Lily, you wanna go? You wanna go? I'll stay. You can
We're
go.
chilling,
Yeah, you can chill.
I'll look showers.
I got stun ready here.
Nice go, nice go.
I think they're just playing default.
What the?
I'm gonna go B.
This guy's head tap me every time.
It's you and me.
Oh, he
Who'd he get? Who'd he get?
Nobody.
No one. Do you think double tap last one? I don't know.
Your elbow.
I'm gonna slow right. I'm gonna slow right.
My perfect plan.
Oh, he's up. Oh, he's up. He's up. In hookah.
We both two hookah.
Oh no, not that.
3 hookah.
Last player standing.
One long.
Yes.
Dumbass.
It doesn't matter.
Can't use that.
One run to your right. One's gonna peek on your right.
I still catch yours for the app.
Well, surely they don't win like more than that. I mean, because if they.
Okay. All I'm gonna
Let's
do.
do a little. I'm gonna go B. And I'm gonna do the cringe
Let's
champ
just
wall.
play normally.
Okay.
I'm gonna cringe champ wall this, so it takes them 2 years to get through.
Okay.
Hello.
What?
This is my angle.
Barrier
Okay, we can share this angle.
Breaking that.
Two bath.
Lily, you're gonna peek? Yeah.
I'm going 8.
Oh, hold on.
2 bath.
This guy's headshot me
Shit,
so
this guy-
many
I
times.
think we
Good
just
on
go
me
A
as well.
star. We go A.
Yeah, right.
2 people here. Coming on site.
I'm the ulti the center.
Focusing.
I
No!
can't believe
That
that.
in your throat, dude.
I cannot believe
You
that.
miss your ult. That hits.
Take him to the gulag!
Last player standing. Opponent killed.
Oh man,
I
that's
want to
tough.
play ISO.
He just ran in
fun.
and ducked.
Like he's actually
Yeah,
fun
that
to
was
play.
crazy. I
Last
But you
round
really have to
in the
like
half.
just get on the aim because you can't do anything if you don't get kills. So
Okay.
it's
No
like
more-
Reyna, but you don't even
Yeah,
have a
it's-
blind.
Dude, we're gonna lose this game if we don't
We are
stop
not.
messing around.
No, I'm telling you, their guys have headshot me so fast.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
That's what the enemy does, guys. That they shoot you.
Guys,
No, but kill like headshot. You know?
Yeah.
guys, they're not that good. I'm the lowest rank on our team, and I'm killing them.
Nah, don't worry, they suck. I agree.
Yeah. Scarra knows the ways.
Making cover. It's you and me.
Oh, he healed me. He healed
Teach him
me.
a
Healed
lesson.
me.
You
Teach
got
him
it.
a lesson, man.
Oh,
Scarra? Did you
How did he get
teach
all the
him
way
a
over
lesson,
there?
man? Need help on B? Oh, I'm power. This is so
There's
bad.
a guy waiting. You guys fucking suck, man. 0 side holding abilities.
He ulted me.
Not me though, right? I'm top fragging.
Shiny. I'm doing my best.
Satisfying.
Michael's gonna outside you a bit.
Last player
Oh my god, they're stacked up and down on top.
He just ate it.
Got one.
One was garden.
One enemy remaining.
No, it's on the
garden?
last one. I thought he was garden, but could be anywhere. Alright, my bad.
Hey, no, that's for that one time that I told you the last 2 were in Sunset. We're square now.
Switching sides.
Dude,
8-4. 8-4. We're doing great.
Did anyone bring a snack?
also, I'm pretty sure Vuln is like his best ability on like.
It's gotta be. Right?
It's so good.
We have
Alright, let's do 5-man bath.
5-man.
Bad.
Yeah.
That's what I like
Alright.
to hear. It's a Tuesday night. Alright, what are we thinking? Oh, we do the Sage Wall crin thing?
Yeah. Second, do you know the sage wall angle?
Yeah.
Second, buy the sage wall. Buy the sage wall. Buy the sage wall. You have a ghost. Buy the sage wall. Thank you.
I'm a fragger. I only know how to.
I know.
buy
I
weapons.
agree. No. I think you are a fragger.
Dude, I want that stick.
Okay.
He's pretty good. That's why I said I thought you'd like him. I remember a
Let's just
long
do the sage
time
wall.
ago.
Do the sage wall.
Like this, right?
Show me a target.
Yeah. Perfect.
Easy.
Healing you?
Easy.
One's on the right. Yeah, yeah.
Alright, let's retake some
You're
space.
good at
Lily.
that. You're a genius. You put that wall over the spike so it'll break and then we push him. Behind.
Hey Lily, what happened to retaking the space with me, huh? But what about that?
enemy
Because you just waited back and I was pushing in, you know?
Team A.
That guy just.
Well, look at us go. Look at us go.
That does
look at
not
us go. Yeah,
invalidate
look at us go.
Michael's concerns, though.
Yeah, but look at us go.
Yeah, but look at us go. Yeah,
That
yeah.
was great.
Trade at you.
You gotta get the stick, Lily. You gotta get the stick.
Yeah, I kind of want the stick.
I remember you used to like staffs a long time ago.
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, I did like that. That was a while ago.
It was like really long ago.
Yeah,
Like.
I know.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Great job reminiscing. Can we push mid?
Okay, yeah.
You want to push here?
Just push mid.
Yeah. Let's take.
yeah.
Let's just.
Sending your U-Haul.
Yeah, let's take you. Let's take you. Come.
Launching smoke. Destabilizing.
Done.
Push through. 1, 2, 3. Take you with me.
Through.
I'm in.
You wanna plant?
Jumped off heaven. I tagged him.
Michael, you have bomb. I'll let you plant.
He
Guys,
wants
I
me
did
to
have
back.
wallet.
Hold me.
Could I have
Thank
a
you.
heal,
Yeah.
please?
You got it. They're short. They're short.
Flag.
Got him, look back, I'm looking back.
No, fuck. He has a judge. Play long.
Okay, yeah. Just don't stay in hookah. Just don't.
Judge!
Just don't.
Don't stay hookah. Do not. That's the judge. That's the judge.
There.
No, once on your right, you saw the wall break.
Wait, I don't get it. I'm
One
so
enemy
confused.
remaining.
Where is he?
Hookah?
Ooh,
Sorry, who shot the wall?
it wasn't me. I was hiding behind the box.
Instinct
No,
only goes so far.
Lily. If one person is shooting the wall on A, can both of them be in you?
Dude, I don't remember when you say things from the past rounds. I'm sorry.
Goldfish memory. What the
I'm just
fuck?
being really honest.
This is for the better. This is for the better, guys. Listen, we're still winning. It's 10-4. Everything's
I'm
great.
down for B.
Alright.
Every choice matters.
If you can
Over
one
there.
person come with me long, I'll vuln the garden.
I just stole this judge. This was probably a really bad idea.
Breaking down.
Sorry, we can double judge this.
Hail hit me.
Good trade.
Spike down
Nice.
B.
Taking that.
Take that spike.
Show me a target.
Okay.
Destabilizing.
122.
I don't really
This shit is
want to push
trash.
this. This seems.
I don't know if I want to push this either.
Yo, Scar, get another orb. Go get the orbit shower.
This seems like it's going to be just.
Oh wait, hang on. Scar's got out. Communicate it, Scarra. He's fighting a 1v1. Get outside, everyone else. Get outside. He won. It's
Oh my
1v1.
God, it's one tap.
Oh my god, he
How
really
did
is.
they like four stacked this? Yeah, everyone here.
I won.
Scarra, you did great.
You did
The
great.
rest of your
You did
team
great.
did not win their 1v1.
I just did not expect them to like four stack that site.
Yeah,
That was
I
crazy.
come out, all 4 of you guys are dead. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
That did happen. Are we buying or saving?
Yeah, we're buying.
Okay.
I mean, I still have enough for next, even if I full buy. So.
Yeah. Come. Don't be again. You
Oh, I kind of want to.
lemmings.
Yeah,
You
what's up?
fucking lemmings. Get the fuck here.
You want my Neptune?
Blip, blip.
Michael, hold this with me. We're gonna walk up. Going up.
I'm with you guys at time.
Enemy spotted.
ETV. We're chilling.
Alright.
They're gonna get a heal.
I'm down to push slowly with Lily.
That's two on B. Get more
I feel
util
like
out.
they
That's free.
over-rotate this shit.
Yeah, all the time.
Guaranteed they over-rotate this.
Yeah. I think we just go A. They almost always fully
Let's
rotate.
go. Might need
I'm
to
gonna
start going
lurk,
fast at some
and if
point
anyone
before they
comes
get
out, I'll just
wise
get
to it.
Lily, you're fast like me. We're both
your
fast.
fast.
Let's go. You and me. You. Get in there. You're fast.
He volts.
Nice. Going for plant. Hold my right.
I am.
Shower. Nice.
Spike down A.
Hold my right, please.
Oh my
Once in
God!
shower
the guy
still,
came
once
through
in
showers
shower
right.
still.
Yeah.
Don't let me
Teleported right
let
behind.
me slide. Please don't let that happen to me.
One box on the right.
Oh, fuck. Both smokes.
One shower, one box. Lily's got your U. You dead?
One enemy
was that?
remaining.
Chamber was. I don't know.
I can push him off. Don't I?
Michael push.
That's no threat. Concussing. Blinding.
It's not half, right?
No.
Oh my
Easy.
God! You just brutalized that guy. Okay. Like he couldn't see, he couldn't move,
What
he
do we
couldn't.
Those
learn by
2v1
fighting ourselves?
situation, there needs to be communication
Thinking
happening
out loud.
from both of you.
I thought I said don't push, because
You did say that.
Okay, guys.
Thank God I said that because that's what I thought I said. Oh no, honey, I'm just reaffirming to myself, honey. Here, let me hop on a call.
Wait, can you guys just stack with me and see if this guy peeks like a dumbass?
You want to play?
Lily, why did you
Let's play.
why did you peek? You know?
What do you mean?
Like, Lily, peeking's fine. Just say you're peeking.
I'm peeking.
Is that like covering the rest of the game?
Man, you sound like me at EDC.
What? What?
You want tap?
Oh my god.
What
can heal
the
you
fuck
if you
was that?
don't.
I heard the very slow gunfire. Like, tut, 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 tut.
144. I saw
Go.
144 in U-Haul. He was U-Haul.
Ah, what?
Flank.
Huh? Gotcha. Oh wow.
That flank got us. That was a good flank.
Focus.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Last player
There's
standing.
one on the right.
Spike down A.
Well, one's mid still. One's still mid. Heaven and mid.
Oh my god. Oh, he missed his first shot too.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, no, yeah, that
Yeah,
was
no,
really
we all saw that.
embarrassing.
We all saw that.
Don't
Don't
worry.
worry. We definitely all saw that. Also, we're broke. Also, they're actually coming back. This is going bad.
No, they're not. Okay, literally. Okay, you know what the thing is? Okay, wait. Give me your gun. Michael, give me your gun.
Michael, he's
Give me
the
your
only one
gun.
with
Give
a
me your
gun.
Gun?
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
Yeah, because if I die with it, then you just get it back.
Oh yeah, Scar's gonna ult.
Yeah, okay.
he's-
Ah.
okay,
I'm
Scarra
a little
ult
I'm a little
side,
right here.
ult
yeah.
side on B,
Wait.
and then
Okay, wait. Don't do it until we're in position to capitalize.
Okay. I want the ult. You think he's U-Haul?
Well, let's figure out where they are first.
Yeah.
Yeah. Someone peek. Someone
And then
peek.
you guaranteed hit it.
well, he's definitely
yeah.
U-Haul.
U-Haul.
Chamber.
I say just ult.
He can TP.
It's me. It's me.
Go, everyone in, everyone in.
Go. Nice, Scar killed him.
On site. Take his gun,
Well
take his gun.
Got it.
Walling,
Nice
walling.
wall.
Stopping fire.
Okay.
Oh, this is a waste. Whoops.
They're showers, but they're walled. He might jump over. It sounds like it's Jet.
Flank, thank you.
I got it.
Dude.
Oh.
Jet is jumping.
Where are they shooting? I'm really...
Jet's on bench. Jet's on bench.
I'm so sorry.
I can't believe that happened.
Oh my god, she's kind of
I
good.
can't believe that happened either.
I
I can't believe that
that
happened.
Wait, that's
I can't believe that
Especially the
happened.
third time someone died to that jet. I really couldn't believe that one.
Well, you know, it was a
mind
save
couldn't
round. It was a save round.
process
I
Honestly,
mean, for me, I had to share.
the main expression.
Alright, you did your job.
So
Forgive me if I
funny.
overextend.
Yeah, that was awesome.
What happened?
That's the funniest shit ever.
We
Dude,
got
ISO
full buys
is
now.
the
This is
most
gonna be.
entertaining ult in the fucking game.
Yes.
I
This
is
love
gonna be it.
watching it.
Dude, I think we.
Over there.
I think if one person double stack math with me,
Over
I
there.
still think this guy's gonna peak.
Okay.
Is it the KO?
It's been Jet last round, I think.
I will go. I will peek with these Scarra.
Yeah. We
Over
just
there.
stand here and wait to see if he's done.
Hi.
Alrighty.
I'm gonna peek. I'm crazy.
We're so prepped right now.
Can someone make noise short for us?
Yeah.
Watch the flank. They've been flanking. We don't have trips.
Oh yeah, true.
Careful.
Okay,
Careful,
I'm
we
pushing
last
in. You
time-
guys
We don't
can't
have the
hold
angle. We
shit
don't have
once
the
I go in.
angle. Okay, I'm looking. Go.
Okay.
I think I actually heard someone flank.
Like,
Can we go
can you
B? Can we go
come
B? Can we go
do the
B?
shower wall?
Yeah, on the way.
Oh, this is.
It might be someone flank. If I die, it's because there was someone flank.
One's close by, yeah.
I can just.
To our right. All right. Smoking.
I'm gonna let you guys in.
On the right. He's AFK. Nice. I'm the best.
Here we go.
You got me right. You got me. Okay.
Nice and
Take
warm.
his gun. You can
warm.
take that.
Okay. The shooting from sight. Fight this.
TB.
Yeah, I'm with you.
TB.
He's on the right.
Enemy spotted.
I'm with you,
A.
Scar.
Breaking them. It's you
Two
and
and
me.
hookah. Oh no!
Ooh, another
The other
one coming up
ISO
short.
pulled me.
Wait. The jet's mid now. The jet's mid.
They don't know. They don't know that it's wall.
Oh no, he got me. Okay.
Watch it
The
flank.
walls, bro.
Show me.
Nice try.
Thank you. They're gonna push through. I'm gonna smoke this. They have to push through. Hold the smoke. Yeah, that's good angle. That's good angle. I can get him off. I can get him off. Yeah, keep going.
One enemy remaining.
These guys are fucking just.
We did it. We did it.
Good job, Louis. Good job. That's
Wait,
done,
wait.
that's
Who
done.
did he ulti?
Sekuno, I think.
Wasn't it Sekuno?
Wait,
He
did
ulted
you,
me.
did you own him?
Yeah. He got destroyed. Like, I caught all of his bullets, like, with my face.
I need a gun. Thank you.
Wait, I'm down to go long and
Over
ulti
there.
side again.
I
I
like
think we just run in. I got res, so I mean.
Time's
Oh,
up. Let's go.
I can just take out
Over there.
whatever.
Yeah, I'm gonna stun.
Scarra's kind of popping off with ISO now.
Concussing.
Bowling long.
Destabilizing.
Bowling me.
He bowled again?
Show me a
He's
target.
here.
Over
He's
there.
ISO's here. ISO's here. Oh, he's in the corner.
Spike down.
Go,
B.
Scarra, go.
Sweet. Thanks.
Can you give me my gun so I can
My ult is
duel this
ready.
guy?
Wait, I didn't take it.
Oh.
Oh, he's in there. He was hiding in the smoke.
That's crackhead shit.
34
Fuck.
ISO.
I'm
No
ulti. I'm fuck it.
distractions.
No distractions.
Teach him. Teach. ISO versus ISO.
Fucking flank from
Last
long.
player
I
standing.
did 80. I did 80. I did 80.
I fucked up.
Oh, he actually heals when he leaves the.
Yeah. Oh, he heals the full.
Yeah, like the ult is like completely its own thing. So any damage and like anything, it doesn't matter.
Okay, let's.
Shit.
Okay, Scarra and Sekuno can hero buy.
Oh, we're gonna do.
Are we
Okay.
buying? Are we buying? Yeah, we're buying. We're buying.
We're buying.
Are we?
What is hero buy?
Can we go soft up B long no util? These guys do not hold. We
Over
can just
there.
walk in.
I like it.
Together.
I like that.
Yeah, just take my gun in case anything bad happens. Don't use util. Don't use util. We're gonna dry peek this. 3, 2. Yep. You made noise. You fucker.
Sorry, Archer.
You know, I thought swing meant, you know.
Oh wow, this is good.
Okay. Now I think we just wait. I just hold the. I guess.
What do you think?
Go in,
Tell me when I can make you tilt. Kind of my whole kit.
Go.
Go.
Making cover.
Grabbing orb.
Launching gun
CT.
myself.
Watch. Hookah.
Enemy
Long CT.
Focusing.
Barrier created.
The guy's
Yeah,
still in
but I-
hookah. He's still in hookah.
I did 80 to.
It's like
still a guy in hookah?
Heals. It's like, you don't have that heal.
Yeah, you got it. Sorry.
One enemy
Let's
remaining.
go. Oh,
Octo.
guard.
Oh
Nice.
my god, we won.
Attackers win.
Wow.
Grab
Good
the
job,
option back for
everybody.
48 months.
Good
Thanks for
job.
subbing.
Good job, everyone.
All
Alright,
right.
next game Toast is on ISO.
Wait,
Let's go. Oh, yeah.
I thought it was Lily's turn.
Nope.
Yeah.
I don't wanna
Or
play
Lily,
him.
that'd be
I
funny.
actually don't want to play about it. I have no.
I feel like
interest
he's
in
actually
playing.
just
Okay,
funny to
fair.
play.
He
'cause
is
when you
hilarious.
1v1.
He is so fun to watch, dude. The 1v1s are so. I can only imagine what it feels like to be ISO, ult someone, and then die.
It happens
it feels
often.
like shit.
It actually
I
happens
bet.
very often.
Wait, I win right? Oh yeah, it's a great carpet. Wait, we are just climbing.
Climbing.
Match found.
Yeah, I just.
Let me play some
again.
mats real quick.
This is a new
We
season.
might miss a little bit of the first
You guys
round.
are plat 2? Jesus. You guys are so high rank.
Oh, I forgot to buy a stick.
Okay, I'm
Ooh,
off.
the
I'm off
stick.
of it. I'm off of it. All
The
you.
stick is actually my favorite knife skin, like, so far.
Yeah, the stick looks cool.
Lotus.
Could just hit the old sage again. I mean, that worked
That's
pretty
good.
well last time. Wait, Toast, did you buy ISO?
I did. I don't know if I want to
Or-
play, man.
Try it. Just try it.
It's
Got it.
fucking funny, but you just have to remember to press
fun.
E.
Like, whether you win or
I'll
lose,
spot,
it'll
I'll
be
spot,
fun,
I'll
I
spot,
think.
I'll
Because
spot.
just the 1v1s and his abilities and stuff.
Truly welcome back for 76 months. Thanks for subbing. Dude, if you ever want a hero buy,
I feel like I don't know. I feel like his E is useless and his wall is useless and his vulnerable is okay.
I think he's not like Deadlock, where I think Deadlock has one terrible skill. At least all 3 of his skills are somewhat useful.
Yeah,
yeah,
like you're definitely right about most of that. Like his wall is too skinny. The E is useless if their team is next to each other because you can't shoot the orb if someone else peeks out. So unless they just don't work together at all, the E barely ever works. But the ult is funny when you 1v1 people.
Nah, he's awesome.
Yeah, like he's fun to play, and I think that's the most important thing.
No, and
Like, I don't think he's particularly amazing.
Dude, you got a Vuln, and then Lily just mows him down.
Yeah. I mean, if you just aim better, you'll win. The only problem is if you just aim better, you'd win no matter what character you were. So
Yeah. I think it's like.
But he's fun. He's fun.
I think he's fucking funny.
Yeah, like he's fun. That's the most important thing.
Blossom
Okay.
wavers in strong wind, yet I am no flower.
I am no flower.
Undercut.
I'm out of here.
No charges.
Do you guys want to just scrap out a?
No
Yeah,
charges.
wait. Oh yeah, I'll get a
You,
Q.
Right there.
Yeah, just get a stun
I'm
and.
gonna start. I'm gonna Q as soon as
Right there.
Yeah.
Move to your right, Scar.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm gonna lead with the thing.
Okay, well then.
I'm gonna hit him with a slow, so they're
we're going in,
stuck when they
Lily.
peek.
We're going in, Lily.
Oh yeah, I know. 10 seconds.
We're going in. We're going in. Wait, I just really Michael at C.
It's gonna be really awkward if they're not here.
Nobody on B. Yeah, if
They
they're not here,
always
it's just
push
GG.
A.
True. Go, go.
Okay, not here.
They're not here.
I'm breaking door. I'm breaking door. I'm breaking door.
They're C. They're killing Michael. They're killing him.
They're
Come.
He's alone.
Come.
Fuck.
They're gonna know this. At least one of us. Swing with me. 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 Nice.
Last player
Oh
standing.
my god, that heal saved him. ISO time.
I did 26 Omen. I did 26 Omen.
Spike planted.
I think Reyna's healed.
Okay.
Alright, we get next. We get next.
We coin flip. We coin flip the beginning.
Special about that kill.
Yeah, we did take a huge gamble on that. We did. So just to be clear, we're hard saving now, right?
I'm probably the sheriff out.
Unless.
I'm just sheriff.
Stinger? No.
Oh,
baby.
Stinger gang.
Oh, wait, really?
No. Should we? I mean,
Wait,
I don't
I'm-
need to do it. You know what? I'm down. Let's go.
No,
Let's do it.
it's rough to push with this though. So you want to be holding like some dumbass.
Oh yeah,
Right
let's
there.
just do it. I'm not pushing it.
Water rising.
Flash
give you-
A.
Hey.
You guys a
PK.
wall?
228. 28.
Yeah, there's a couple
Eight.
at least.
Holy shit, he has
We
a
need
guardian.
help on A. There's like a bazillion, and I only have a classic. Calling
there
for
are.
backup. I need
He's
backup.
beating your ass, yeah.
Shield going up.
I killed him.
Nice,
I killed him.
Spike down A.
I hit him with a slow to delay the plant.
Last player standing.
Oh,
Oh, you killed the guy behind him.
What?
How does that even make sense?
You killed the guy
You
by
killed the
rubble.
guy behind him, but not
For
him.
149, I thought he did.
wow.
You killed the guy behind him, but not him. That's just crazy.
Dude, I didn't think they were
Now I
watching.
gotta say.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah.
Wait, we forced last round.
Yes,
Oh,
when we
I
said
did not
Stinger
get the
gang,
memo.
It was not been in the Discord.
I mean, I didn't know that meant. I thought we were just doing a little cheer, a little celebration.
Okay, I'm gonna take the.
Stay in the
Dude,
moment.
I'm gonna be I'm fighting this fucking guardian. I don't give a shit.
Alright. I like it. I'm just gonna play close. Okay, well, a little bit on B.
Hit him once. Hit him
No,
once.
default. Careful. It's default. It's cringe.
I hit him. 101.
Ooh, no one.
Do you have a heal? Just a question.
I hear in their spawn. Careful.
I'm on the way to heal you.
Careful towards C. I think.
Yeah. I
three
think they're
towards
coming
C
here.
at least. Let's
Gotta
get
heal for you?
towards C if we can.
Me and Scar are both on C. Probably don't have to.
Yeah, leave one to be. Oh, they're just in there.
Yeah, what the?
Should I wall this?
I would say yeah. Just so I can leave.
Hey, careful C. Careful C. Careful.
I walled it. I walled C. Walled C.
I hear.
Just load it. They're gonna have a really hard time getting in here.
Taking orb. C.
See that?
And they're just not gonna get in like ever.
I got you.
30 seconds left.
Chill.
I'm
We got
repositioning.
numbers. They're rotating off.
Yeah,
hear them
I feel like
rotating off,
that was just. I'm shocked
Okay,
they
we
tried
have-
to push the wall.
We have guns here, but it's so risky. No, it's so.
Careful.
Okay, I'll run out because I've used all my utility
sorry,
already.
come be-
Post,
come
post,
be-
post.
10 seconds left.
Push the gate. Push the door.
Take bulldog.
Going door. Outside.
Blend there, all inside.
Thank you.
Very pogs.
That's sick.
Good round.
Yeah, Phantom, guns,
Take the guns,
Phantom.
take the
There's one
guns,
in the
take the
link.
guns.
Oh, there's a bulldog. There's one lair.
My ultimate is ready.
Oh, I'm going.
This is our home.
I got a bulldog.
Oh yeah, I got.
Oh, no, I already got. Sorry. Do you want it?
No. This is all the best guns.
Lola was right.
Toast. Can you use this gun?
I'm out of here.
I'm not a big bulldogger.
They do still have full buys because they got a lot of money.
That's okay. They outplayed themselves last round.
He got 2 headshots and they're peaky.
Can't wait to see Toast use his ult. So I recommend just using the ult as often as possible so you can just keep killing.
It's good if you're on defense.
With
it puts
the
you in 20
bulldog?
Oh,
I do it with I do it with a
Push.
sheriff actually.
Oh, I'm blinded, bro. I'm blinded.
Two. Oh, you
What?
ran away from me.
I was blinded.
Need help, eh?
You
help, eh?
If you were with me, the blind doesn't hit you.
I was blinded and I was behind you.
I will.
Okay,
run
can
E.
you say I'm dropping? I'm not peeking. Okay.
Outside.
There's one drop. Nice.
Time to hunt. Scout destroyed.
Spike
One
planted.
Here.
tree.
Potentially still drop. Yep,
God.
drop.
One's on. What's up?
One's on. One might be doors. Go together. Talk with each other.
Can't use this.
Same got this.
Door.
Enemy remaining.
Drop. Still drop. Oh,
Some drop.
Play together.
Haven't dropped.
Drop.
30.
You have wall.
Okay. I'll just use wall. As long as he doesn't fly up or something, right?
He doesn't have another one.
No way.
What was that? What was that?
Yeah.
Yo, it's okay. The guy just pulled down.
He shot us.
Like us, but
I'm top fragging, so I'm immune, right?
Oh god. Ace web, bro. You missed it. I had some sick shots. Okay. I am just gonna take the peek out here. Wait, are we buying here like a little bit? Oh yeah, I'll do light. It's okay.
Now, Scar, how about you wait to peek? I'll flash over waterfall.
Tell me when.
Mid. Sounds mid.
Flash, go.
Oh, it flashed me. I didn't know that you
grabbed
flashed
or mid.
me.
We did.
Scout
That's freaking
destroyed.
funny. There's like a couple stages.
Outside.
Yeah, they're
That's
coming
in.
Oh, more than two.
Two's in.
Got one. I'm
Raisin,
hurt badly.
Last player
Why is there
standing.
so many? Okay, there's like a bazillion. See?
You can
Toast, you can just pick one out right now with the ult.
Fuck it, just do it.
Just ult him right now. Just ult him, stop the plant. Oh.
Spike planted.
Nice.
Oh
my god. If you ult, it fully heals you.
I'm tired. Domain expansion.
So they know exactly.
Oh my god, he just wins. You can easily clutch it.
One enemy.
Yeah,
Oh my
I'm
God.
the fucking
Shoot the
goat.
orb,
How'd
shoot the
you-
orb. That's fine, it's fine.
Contract complete.
Oh, that was so close.
He didn't heal there?
Oh, it doesn't heal.
So it
That's
heals you
probably-
for that battle, but not for the whole
Oh,
thing.
like at the beginning. Oh shit.
Yeah, it heals you for the
He,
battle.
like,
So trash.
Bro, that was so
Oh
good.
wait, my
Honestly, you
double
did
tap
perfect.
gets activated for free?
It does get activated for free. You still got to shoot the orb though. So since you didn't shoot it that one time, you just didn't get the buff.
Oh.
Don't know if it would have made the difference though, honestly. But
Yeah.
I mean, you did great.
Yeah,
that was, you almost 1v4'd
You
that.
fell
That
to
was
30
insane.
HP, ulti to 150.
Back to 30.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
Flash. Missed. Nice.
That one.
Lily, you peeking?
Careful, Lily.
More.
Out. Take my Vandal if you can, but it's
I'm
kind of dangerous.
flashing.
Like, you hold this. I'm gonna take this. I need ulti for them. I need ulti for them.
Yeah. I'm gonna flash out. Oh yeah, I'm fucked. I'm slowed and shit.
You're not multi. One back. They're running to Lily, I think. They're running to Lily.
Okay.
One still back side. One still back.
The doubled up. Fucking pussies, man. They're leaving.
Watch it bleed.
Oh, one's on. Nice.
Good shot. See.
I have dog. Let me do stuff first.
I'm pushed up.
30 seconds left.
Dogging.
Spike
One's gonna
planted.
try and flank you guys.
Got him.
In the back.
Last player standing.
No longer flanking.
Hey,
Enough. Mile. Hawk out. Blinded.
One enemy
Killed
remaining.
their own.
Michael's a fucking.
Seek them out. Found one. Hawk out. Blinded.
Oh,
it
he turned it.
You were
Turned
a
it.
monster
Jesus
there.
That was really
Christ.
close.
Ugh, I'm over them.
Dang it.
Go.
F.
F.
What the F, dude? F.
What the heck?
What the heck is dude? All right. Our
I'm
bodies are
here.
separated. A little
I
goofy.
think I need to start using my utility. This is starting to get ugly. Okay, I'm gonna just wall up here every round and we'll just chill. Or like wall up here.
Right there.
And then force them to actually be a little fresh.
Flooding them.
Yep, one here.
Don't let them farm this orb, yeah.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Scar, I'm gonna contingency check now.
Wave crashing.
One C.
Focusing.
Oh, he peeked with it.
Breaking them.
Okay, Lily, you got this.
Neutralized.
Yes.
That was not worth it.
Let's go.
One on the right.
Quarter.
Spike down B.
Wow, it didn't hit her.
Hold it.
Nice
Got
kill,
it.
let's go.
3v2. We're chilling.
You know what's a gun?
Hawk out.
Wait. Oh,
Yeah, I really want to go.
You went wall. I think you're good.
Well, behind.
Player standing.
Oh my god, behind.
Fuck, he wrapped so far
That's a
out.
crazy. Yeah, he went all the way around somewhere.
Do it.
He just broke ball.
God, are they fucking running, man?
Yeah, they're going. You can pick up a Vandal here. Oh, this guy's lurking. This
30
guy's lurking.
seconds left.
He's literally right here.
Spike planted.
He's lurking real far up.
Could have gone heaven.
He's on the fucking right side here. Check it with dog.
Time to hunt. Scout destroy.
Fuck.
Ooh.
Nice.
Alright, we're gonna lose our
Beat from
streak
my
unless people are, you know, you gotta step up. You gotta step up.
Okay.
Dude, it's
Last
so
thing
hard.
I
Okay,
need
okay.
is
I'm
some
telling you.
messing
How about
things
we
up.
try to control this area
Right there.
here? Lily, I'm the water wall this, okay?
Right there.
So we're just
Okay.
we're looking at rubble. So we're
You
looking
want me
left.
to queue immediately or no?
So I think what I want you to do
Right
is to stun
Right
here
there.
or here, like so it's in the back. We're both just gonna look rubble, okay?
I have your back.
Okay.
I will wall if they walk through the water wall, they're fucking crazy.
Flooding
Get
them.
out of my way.
Just look at rubble.
Right
Just look
there.
here. Just look here. I don't
Or
think
flash B.
I don't think they're here.
At least 1C as well.
you can rotate, Lily. I'll hold on.
At least one. At least one.
Wave
They're,
crashing.
they're executing C.
I'm going, boy.
100% C, 100% C.
I'm just getting out. Fuck this.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
it's fine.
retake. Oh, fuck that. Better retake.
Toast, you want to take an orb and just own this?
The hunt begins. Spike planted.
Reloading.
They definitely know we're here.
Hawk out. Blinded.
Blinded.
Walls up.
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this.
Water right here. Sand.
On the left. Fuck. Water. Oh, we're dead.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
Two on site.
Two on site. Oh,
Okay, Christ. The way they peek.
I know.
oh.
It's pretty good. They also have like
I didn't bring a snack.
like a pretty nuts
Did anyone
site
bring a
execute.
snack?
Who's good with the Marshall? Can someone double stack C with me? They don't
That'd
peek
be fun.
2 people at once. Yeah, I want one Marshaller with me here. And then fuck.
I'll do it.
Yeah. Do it.
Body shots, eh?
I'm down, but I'm going for the head.
I like it.
Don't give them ground.
I'll be high.
Okay.
We can play high low.
A little bit A.
I think
More than a little, actually. Probably. I think they're committing A.
No way he did the slow far peek
Oh,
to check that
110
tight
jet.
corner against the judge. Nah.
Nah. Got his ass though.
They're planting A.
I think I go take that gun.
Spike planted. Last player
I'm dodged
standing.
it. Holy fuck.
Okay, Scarra got it.
Yeah, you ever see a 1v4 before?
I have not. Not today.
Fuck,
Still
man.
haven't seen it.
Fuck, man.
Ooh.
Their site execute is so
Dude,
You must
they're
fall.
so
And fall near
they're
me.
pretty good, man. I think what happens is just leave me hard B and you guys hold sides, okay?
Toast by
I get
armor,
maybe
by
one more
armor.
C?
You can use her ult, and if you just win with that Vandal, it's GG.
Ah, it's
You
like
just-
getting a free gun.
Yeah, just win with the Vandal. Can you buy me a Sheriff just in case? Thanks.
Yeah, we'll get you vision. We'll get you vision. I'll let you know.
Yeah, this will be easy.
don't
You just
vault,
ult
don't-
someone, win, and then it's over.
Flooding them.
Make sure you
Big
stand somewhere
Scar, don't
safe. It's
peek.
kind of like a
See,
Phoenix.
see,
ult.
See someone see. See someone see.
You get just ulti. And one
Oh
A.
my.
Need some.
Nothing. Oh, ult them.
Spike
Now
down.
you get one spike on your right, Michael.
Got his ass.
Michael, I can heal you, peek me. Thanks.
Hey, let me dog this. Let me dog. No peeks. No peeks. No
got your
peeks.
trail.
What happened? What the fuck? I'm sorry.
Ult someone quick before they push us.
Seek them out. Found one.
Stopping fire.
I'm slowing.
Destabilizing.
You're leaving.
We're chilling.
Hey, did you see that?
here.
He
I'm
gonna stay
fucking
here so
just
I can
had me
skybird
so
to check.
quickly.
Did anyone die in here that I can take the gun of, or?
I have a Vandal here.
I still hear them see, guys.
That's a little far.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go back. Second. Go back. Wait.
Wait. No. Stay.
Hawk out.
This was Sky.
Okay. As long as Michael doesn't die.
Wait.
Or if I can get a gun.
You res me and B. I guess you res
Planting.
those.
30 seconds left. Spike
Oh, no
planted.
way.
Last player standing.
Spike's planted. Where's Spike planted? Man?
Here.
Cringe. Oh my god!
This guy just
Dude, their
Jesus
aim,
Christ,
their aim is actually
dude.
pretty good. Fuck.
What do we learn by
the
fighting?
dude was
ourselves?
just ready.
All right, wait, Toast.
okay.
I think you gotta rip this one. We'll let me what should give you Vandal, Toast? Just request. I'm just gonna sit on you. I think we have to.
Oh
No, you-
no!
wait,
I'm
give
not
him the
gonna
gun.
rip it.
Yo,
Give him-
just
just
rip it.
you just
rip
gotta
it.
rip him
Request.
off
Where's
the
the
bat in your hand.
tactical skill?
The skill is
We
this.
should-
The skill is
We
a
should rip
4v5.
it one, if we can isolate their bodies and you can capitalize on
No.
it.
Oh,
No, come with
the
me, Scar.
skill
Come
is
with me.
just
Come with
yeah,
me.
ult him, win, and then it's a
Skill is
4v5.
rip it.
Easy, you know? Just
We
4v5.
get the guy who always holds flank.
Here.
I don't see anyone see.
Oh, never mind. He's dead. There's another one.
Ult him, ult him.
No, no.
Do it, do it. Ult him now and we'll win.
Sykkuno, come. I want you to be able to capitalize off my ult.
I mean, I'm like nearby.
He's in a good spot.
There's two here.
You get.
If they charge your body,
Lily, you can just hold
I'll
it.
shoot.
Lily, you can just hold it. Because they are really slow. So Michael and you are holding sides, and we're just waiting to see what.
I see one C.
Sykkuno,
Is there
come
an
on.
aimer? They're executing.
Yeah, I can res.
Yep.
I'm gonna
Your
res.
duty is not over.
Okay.
There's a gun here, but I think they're protecting it.
Yeah, like
I'll go with
I'm
you.
kind of scared to. They're planting C.
Planning.
They're planting C. Go for the.
Going.
Spike planted.
Okay, let's take this. Let's take this.
I have ult. 3, 2, ulti.
I love the wall. That's sick.
Behind the wall.
Last player standing.
Okay. Okay.
Dude.
I'll just get my gun real quick. Oh god. Oh my god. They just came out. They just and I still only had the sheriff.
Last round before the switch.
Okay,
I wish I had done some.
Me too.
Yeah, the jet's pretty good.
Okay, I've got 2 of my 3
On
kills.
the bright
with
side, I
Omar.
got the
I
gun.
also wish
now.
you had kills.
So hard.
These guys are really fucking good.
We just Toast just hit someone with the ult, right? And then it's a 4v5, and then it's just we feel bad for him.
That was a 4v5.
Wait, what?
At the very beginning.
Oh, well, it's gonna be a 4v5.
We need to just
again.
be holding. We keep getting picked off on someone rotating. We know they've been holding.
He's got an
They're doing
op.
5 ops. They're doing 5 ops.
I think it's default.
I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. Okay.
They're doing 5 ops.
It's 5 ops.
Okay. Just let him plant it somewhere. Let him plant it somewhere.
Oh.
As long as we don't
Usually.
all just die to ops.
I've got your trail.
We have Spike.
C.
Buried.
2.
Nice kill.
Last player
Oh
standing.
no way! I wasn't even looking there. Okay.
One enemy remaining.
That's
Okay,
3.
only one guy left. No way! He
Wow.
I was just there.
Okay, Lotus is
Switching
super
sides.
offense-sided. I'm
Agreed.
not ultra worried, but
No stopping now.
like I'm like a little
Not
worried,
until the
but
job
it
is
is
done.
super offensive-sided. I've heard.
Okay. Yeah.
I would like to execute
Okay.
B or C because my A is really bad for close rounds.
Okay,
Okay.
let's
Okay.
let's hold and then let's hold A and B. Hold the orb. Let's do 2 mid, 2 C, and 1 A.
I'll hold B. I cannot hold A. Not with this under.
Just holding it. I feel like they would push out, right?
Yeah. No, they're
Yeah, they're
huge.
very confident.
Push out. Yeah. Okay, I'm just pointing my gun
Here.
right here.
Their
I'm not even
ego
moving.
is
I'm not even moving
gigantic.
up.
Now, yeah?
I mean, yeah, mine would be too as well. So
Think it's A. Nice shot.
Enemy A.
Oh,
They're kind of pushing at us, actually.
a lot of rebel control.
lot of people
We
push
can, we
that
can go somewhere else, right? We can just go where they're weak.
Help!
These seems to be- these seems to go Helping, I'm trying to help.
Spike down.
I cannot
C.
help. all
Here's
that.
that one more.
Last
Here's that one more.
player standing.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
One
sorry, I
enemy
couldn't
remaining.
dick that. You guys scout me.
Oh, this is great. I lost like half my health.
Fine. You feel
Surely I
about-
don't just die. Where's the spike at?
Mound.
Monka.
Oh,
Hit him twice.
NT.
Jesus
Got him from
Christ,
85.
bro.
85.
Match
Yeah, that's more than
point.
I hit him for.
Take them out before they even pull the trigger.
Hmm.
oh, Stinger gang.
Yeah, we got a force. We got a
Stinger
force.
gang.
Um,
Do we have a? Except they might
If we're
fight
forcing
rebel.
Stinger, we're going down B.
Oh yeah.
I like
Let me.
Right there.
I'll smoke
Right
this.
there.
Yeah,
Wait,
don't
Okay.
be scared. I think the Killjoy is here, but I think she's here alone. If no one else was here.
Time
Yeah.
to mobilize my
Has to be the
pack.
Killjoy setup. I'm gonna dog it in. Fuck it. Stinger gang, baby.
Involve, tweak it!
Reloading.
Spike down B.
Oh,
Gate.
fucking door open.
Last player standing.
I got my guy. Oh my god, that guy's crazy.
Defenders win.
One round, right?
I don't want to hear it. That was dog shit. That was absolute dog shit. Pussy, no peeking. Everyone just hiding in the back like fucking cowards. Like, what are you? You're not even playing Valorant. You're just trying to get your kills so you don't look bad on the scoreboard. Like, what the fuck are we doing?
I'm Sage, you know, so I was supposed to stay in the back, right? Like, Sage thing.
Oh god.
I feel different. I feel
I'm gonna
different
play
now
some
after
hats.
that. I feel
Guys, if we
Not
lose,
David 64, what about
if we
play
lose
7
2
bucks?
games in a row, I mean, we'll never mentally recover from that.
Oh god.
But as long as we don't lose 2 games in a row. All right, Lily, did you buy ISO?
Staff.
Don't forget the staff and ISO.
How much is this? Oh, it's a Monkey King?
How do I just buy the staff?
You just click the staff and just buy it.
Also, this character is dog shit.
Whoa, you barely even gave him a chance, even though I kind of agree.
Wait.
I mean, I don't think he's not as bad as like Deadlock, I think. I feel like.
Nah, he owns.
Not that the bar is high. I do
Fill up
think
my
you
water.
would
Suck on me.
just do better on like Phoenix or almost any other duelist realistically, but I mean,
Nah, he owns.
I mean, he's fun to play, which I like a lot, but it does feel like, I mean, like Reyna would probably be better.
Nah, he's the
Phoenix, probably better.
Nah, he's the best.
Insert duelist name number 3,
Match found.
probably better.
You know what, Sykuna?
But he
Show it off
looks
for
cool.
us.
Show it off.
Yeah.
I mean, I could play it.
Okay, I'm
a
not
little tired though.
I'm not gonna lie, I suck ass at Lilith, so that was my bad. This is my map though.
Yeah.
Alright, but you show us, right? Wait.
Oh wait,
Toast,
you
is
actually want
this Cypher time?
Cypher got buffed.
I can play Brim or Cypher.
Yeah.
Wait, what if that's what we did wrong? Like we weren't just all playing our main characters.
Oh, the Cypher buffs in?
Yeah, they're in. Oh, they're in.
Okay, I mean, I'll play. Yeah. Cypher's busted.
Wait. Michael, can you smoke this map? Because I can't do smokes. My smokes are so bad for this map.
I'm back, baby.
Yo.
I'm back. What are we looking at?
Can you smoke for us here?
I'm gonna just this guy.
I'm
This is
I'm
all I
terrible
got.
with smokes in this map.
You have an initiator?
I mean
Or a
we got
sensitive point?
Lily.
That's true. That's a good point. Yeah.
Hello.
Don't worry, I got it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So the Cypher buffs are just for his trips, right?
I think so. Yeah. But it's huge buffs.
Yeah, those buffs are crazy.
Fucking reset. Yeah.
My Sova? What do you mean, bro? Are you kidding me? My Sova is the best. A lot of people don't remember I was a Sova main. I only gave it up because other people wanted it. Before then, bro, just fucking.
2 seconds slow. Oh shit.
When you travel, can you feel the places you leave behind?
Wait, does anyone know how to do God Dart for C? I forgot.
I have never played Sova in my fucking life.
There's
I think
like
he's
a-
the most boring agent in the entire goddamn game.
Well, more boring than Killjoy?
Yeah, actually, I think he actually is.
Wow, that's. I mean,
I
damn.
can't do it to you. I'm sorry.
What about those people who spend their whole lives learning Nova lineup?
Fuck, dude. I can't be that mean. I know them. Yeah, we know.
Chill. Communicate what you're doing.
Garage?
I am looking at long. Stunned.
Okay, I'm stunned too. I'm stunned. He's
Okay, Breach is
We're
here.
chilling,
If
we're
we turn
chilling.
away from the.
When you watch the mid and A push.
Alright.
When you're re-clear, walk. Let's re-clear this. Be ready to trade.
No,
That's the
let
most
me go
important
first. Let me first. You're fucking cipher.
My double tap ran out. I'm tilted. I got to charge out now.
I'm gonna check up mid.
Go, George.
Jet's going up C-long right now, I think.
Oh my god, he just peeked from window?
On the right off window.
Right side,
On the right window. Scarra!
I can't see it.
Swing so you can see it!
He's got... It's one flank,
Smoke
right?
the window.
Revealing area.
Oh shit, they can bang this. Fuck out my legs. Okay, maybe pretend you're running.
That was a
actually,
dart.
never mind.
That was a big dart.
It's gonna sit here.
I want to leave.
I like it.
Are you watching that?
Yeah, your left side, yeah.
30 seconds left.
You go A. You guys slowly go to A.
Okay.
Right here.
Last player standing.
We just
Sorry,
missed.
Scarra. We are bad.
No,
Yeah,
you guys.
we just sucked.
Yeah, no. We calmed it out, but you know, yeah, we're bad.
10 seconds
we
left.
we're
Bad.
bad.
But not you. But not Scarra!
One enemy remaining.
Last one hit 30.
Oh my.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he was already on
How
site.
many kills did this
Fuck.
guy get? Got 3. Jesus.
I got 3.
Yeah, you got.
Well done.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
did your job.
did.
Rihanna LP. Thanks for sub over the stream. Sorry, I'm guessing.
As a whole, we barely lost.
Yeah. Ryan. Alp. Okay, close.
Every fight is a lesson.
I give up.
I'm thinking the Stinger Rush. The Stinger Rush might save it.
If we want to do Stinger Rush, we can.
I like you.
Okay. Stinger Rush. Yeah, we can do smoke left and right and just Stinger Rush it.
Oh, I will give you arrow for back
Right here.
back here.
Okay. Actually, arrow close, because I'm gonna smoke.
Everyone needs to help with Stinger Rush. No one needs to be holding
Stinger
fire.
Rush,
Smoke her
go.
up, smoke her up.
Go,
Go behind the
Get in,
wall,
get
go
in,
behind
get
the
in,
wall.
get in. Please, everybody needs
We
to
got
get in
slow.
right now.
Right here.
I'm watching
One
left.
here.
Get in.
We're getting
Get in. If you guys are at the choke point, you're gonna get stunned. You're gonna get slow. Get the fuck in.
Jesus, this is crazy.
There's people in the back.
Wait, what? The flank?
Got the back, got the back, got the back, got the back.
Oh my god.
So much damage, like 100 on each, literally 100 on each.
One enemy remaining.
You're sick.
Wow.
I can't
He
believe.
was just too fast.
No,
You
that
were
was
banned for 2
fast.
seconds until he used his free ability, bro.
It was close. It was.
You
we
banned
barely
from my
lost
chat
it.
for
He was
complaining.
walking. That was crazy.
That was so.
Now who
That
looks
was funny.
stupid? It is Brianna.
Fucking
Really close. That was a good shot. That was a
Yeah,
good
I
shot.
mean now we
That's a sheriff
Stinger
gang kind
again.
of game, and
Oh,
then
sheriff, let's all be
Yeah, I'll buy one sheriff. I can buy a sheriff. Yeah.
Wait.
Okay.
I think we win this. I have ulti. I think we can win.
what's your ult?
Oh yeah, if you can
you're right,
kill
you're
like
right,
a
you're right.
dude, we take his gun. Kill another dude, take that guy's gun.
I'm
Like
holding.
the
I'm being
infinite
Marshall.
gun
Being Marshall.
glitch. Careful here. The breach holds long and he just stunts the whole thing.
Yeah, the second he sees
holds-
someone, he's gonna
He
stun.
jiggle peek for this.
But if we peek
holds
and
from
shoot
right
him
here.
before, hit him.
Enemy spotted C.
That's fine. That's fine. Just shoot him. Just shoot him.
Okay.
Reload. Time to jump.
I can wall us in.
Wait, hold on.
Wanna
Before
wall
you
us
anything,
in?
before you no, wait, careful.
Camera taken out.
I just ran in. I'm crazy.
I love it. I love it.
Right here.
Oh my god, there's 3 people here. Multi.
There's one more on the left.
Where's he?
Garage.
Shut down.
Wait, Scar's on it.
Lily's on the slow flank. You're chilling. I think one might be back right.
Last player standing.
Might.
Shock
Be.
dart.
You're better. You're better.
Dude, nice try.
Fuck, man.
I mean, Scar's getting 3K each round.
Yeah.
Scar's killing. it.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna pick it up. I think I just got.
Where's my team? What's going on, guys?
Scarra, I personally apologize to you. I do. But now we got guns. So
Yeah, now we have guns. Now we got guns. We're chilling. We're chilling.
Okay.
All right. Does anyone know if someone holds mid? Does anyone do that stupid thing where we all swing here?
I'm not.
I haven't seen anyone do it.
All right. I'll
but I
swing.
mean,
I'll swing.
We need a new approach.
I'm going deep. I'm going deep. I'm just running all the way. Our left.
Push out, push out, push out, push out, push out. There's 5 of you mid.
Oh my. Oh, he
Spike
sucked.
down mid.
Our carrier is dead.
This
guy's kind of good.
Like,
their Astra is a lot better than their other players.
Blinding.
One's mid, one's mid, one's mid. Help him.
Last player standing.
sorry guys, that was a big mistake.
Astra Biz. Oh, wait, they both play. NTT.
NT, guys.
Survived obliteration. I will survive them.
Okay, can we just do a fast execute A?
Okay.
How? Yeah.
And honestly, if we don't run into the Astra immediately,
If we
I
want to
think we have a
fast
solid shot.
execute, everyone needs to go fast. Do not slow down.
You guys.
If you slow down, you get utiled out. You get utiled out, you sit there and do
here,
nothing.
Take this, Akuno. You're going for. Pass me your sheriff. Pass me your sheriff. You go in. You go. You're entry. You're entry.
Go fast.
Yes,
Go
go in,
fast.
yes,
We're
go in,
gonna
yes, go
go
in,
fast.
yep.
If we're gonna go fast, just go fast.
I'm smoking. Watch my right.
Revealing area.
Going, guys.
Orb and then I can ult someone.
You want a toast?
Nice.
Really, Veil?
Ulting.
We can leave.
One stuck left. One stuck left. What do we got? What do we got?
Oh my god.
Leave.
I'm so sorry, okay.
They rotated so fast.
Wow, only one person died on both teams.
Yeah,
That's great.
Lily has the rotate. We're going
Yeah,
straight to
that's-
C.
Careful the flanks. Careful the flanks. Get pushed up.
NTT. You got me?
Take flight.
I got me. What am I saying?
You got you. You got you.
Non-site. Outside.
301.
Was that?
Scanning ahead.
Damn, they dropped down in garage.
Found them.
That's...
All right, no fast stuff.
Wait, I actually thought that was good. It's just that guy walled so quick.
Wasn't terrible.
Yeah. The guy walled so quick we couldn't kill it.
Here.
I was fucking sheriff, man.
Decoy.
I'm just gonna
Okay,
try
okay.
and pick that one dude on
Right
C.
here.
Okay,
Right here.
what if we... Okay, why you do that? What if we just sit
Right
here and look
here.
at the door and see what happens?
I like it.
okay,
I'm gonna make some noise out the window.
I'm
but
literally
not peek.
just... Yeah, I'm
I'm
just...
just-
Astra's been
noise.
peeking there.
Yeah.
Look at the door. Look at the
Right
door.
here.
I'm looking at the door. Fuck this
I'm
door.
looking at the door.
Yeah. Okay. Keep looking. Oh, they iced it. They iced it. They're not coming.
Walk
Okay.
up, walk up,
Someone
walk up,
was
walk up.
Right here.
Got it.
Nice.
Cutting through.
Smoking your window.
Let's
I'm gonna
walk
keep
in.
looking C for now.
There's one person there. It's all
Okay,
good.
out. He's okay. He has fucking ESP hacks on.
There they are.
So does mid.
Nice.
Shoot your fucking guns. You can shoot through walls. Take side after this.
Flashing.
I'm cool, flash.
I am very
Player
flash.
There's
standing.
one garage window.
Spike down. C.
Oh, NTT.
He dinked me.
They
Damn,
had
that
a-
breach blinded at such a good time, too.
Yeah, that's
Holy
good. That's
fuck.
good.
They can't begin to comprehend it.
It's like, you got your... Oh, you do not have your OP. Oh.
I'll have it next round, surely.
Okay. Thoughts on just getting me an orb? And I will try to make
We
some
can
math
get this one.
I think he definitely
Honestly,
gets
we can
orb.
just peek out on this
Yeah.
guy. He's almost always just watching behind that box.
Yep.
So if we just swing on him, he'll probably die.
He's not gonna like he'll stun first.
I have Marshall. I have Marshall.
Who run?
Hold it.
Watch it. I'm taking it.
My ult is ready.
Okay.
Lily's going in.
Follow her.
Looking around. They're somehow not here. That's crazy.
Do you?
I'm going outside. Getting outside. Getting outside right now. Getting outside right now.
I need to go. I need to go.
Watch
You watch
outside.
garage. Watch garage. Watch garage. Watch garage.
Watching garage. Watching garage. Watching garage.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
Oh, I'm vulnerable.
You want to fight it?
It's
I am
gonna be really
divided.
bad.
That's garage. That's garage.
Oh, there's 3 garage.
You will not
Okay, I'm good.
kill
I'm good. I'm
my
good.
allies.
Deploying drone.
Go in with go. The wall. 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 Look.
Player
Oh, they're behind side, man.
They collapsed like super fast.
I'm gonna have some questions for the team here.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. What's a shorty gonna do in Cubby?
Oh no, it's because I was trying to ult, but then I couldn't get a gun. So I was kind of screwed.
Okay, but after you didn't get a gun, where were you?
In the cubby.
It's okay. It's okay. We just okay. I'm telling you. I think the easiest way is just killing this guy here and then seeing what the
Right here.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. We just kill that guy there.
Let's do that as in
we're holding.
We're gonna keep the guns.
We're holding. Yeah, we're holding.
Okay.
Oh, see blind. See blind. Nice shot. Nice shot. I'm
Nice,
looking
nice.
blind. Look, see.
That was their
look,
star
see,
player.
look,
That
see.
was
They
their ace.
flashed. They might push out.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
They didn't grab orb. They didn't. They're
Let
not.
me camera. Let me
they're
camera,
looking.
Kelpie.
Focusing.
Not here. It was just a flash.
Grab an orb.
Scanning ahead.
Breach, you stun. You guys are safe to. Go
What
up if
the
you want.
fuck, Scarra?
I invented that one. Don't worry.
Off your feet!
No way. He was waiting.
Spike down.
Okay, we leave. We leave, and I
But that's
hold.
what. Oh yeah. That's fine. It's fine.
He's pushing. Swing. Blind. Anything.
Watching. Blinding. Watching. Swinging. Blinding. He's blinded.
Look
blinded.
at the copy.
I'm blinded. I'm blinded by their Yoru. Their Yoru blinded me. Their Yoru blinded me.
What the fuck? Kate. God.
Their Yoru
Oh my
perfect
God.
blind right in my eyes.
Oh my god.
You know,
You're the flasher.
I think.
Right here.
I think it's a B. It's a B or an A, a short A. Because the way they do holds is.
Alright, now that this game's out of reach, I'm gonna become chill and not care anymore.
Wait, well, we can win.
Out of reach.
Wait, we can win. Wait, we can win.
Yeah, we can win. We can win.
Decoy.
Hold on,
What
I'm
did they put short? They put one guy short, you know. We just slowly do it, and they don't hold long usually. Wow, that's a dart.
He's on
What
top
happened?
of a wall on B.
Shit.
Just gonna hit this guy.
I love it.
There's two
Where'd you-
peeking
where'd
there.
you
I have the spike.
Nice.
Oh, you won the 1v1. Nice.
Got another.
Alright, I'm going A. I'm going A. Oh, he's pushing.
One short.
Spike down.
Nice.
Who's left? Who's left?
I
Who's
should-
left?
Fuck. Yeah, I got.
Are we still going A? I'm going A.
I'm gonna review for you.
He's going A's good. I think A's good. A's good.
Shadows.
One behind.
One breach
behind,
heaven.
One heaven. You're good. You're good.
Breaking them.
You can play. You can play.
Going Evan.
You could each plant. You could. Oh.
Wait, I have the spike. Who gave this thing to
No
me?
charges.
It's
I'm
on watching.
unreliable.
Don't worry, Heaven. Never mind. Worry Heaven. Worry Heaven really bad.
I'm afraid to plant.
One
I'm
heaven,
afraid
one
to plant.
sight. One heaven, one sight.
Last player standing.
Oh, there's no way. Do they
One's
know I'm
next
here?
to you on your left, or heaven.
Yeah, one's heaven. One's. They
Oh,
don't think
one-
you're there. They don't think you're there. I think you killed the one
30 seconds left.
there. Yep.
One
heaven.
enemy
Easy
remaining.
double tap.
And you
Easy.
just.
Yeah.
That was an ace?
Easy.
Oh my god.
Fucking go.
Very well done.
And the plant.
Hey, I got the plant.
We were losing, but now things are looking up.
Yeah, no, thanks
I
to
am an
looking
ISO
at
man.
it, So we're 1-8.
Wait, you
We're
got.
so ready,
You got an
dude.
ace and you're only at
All it
6
took
and
was
8?
for me to ace them
Fuck.
and get 6 and 8.
Damn, dude. That's
All right.
The only round we won was when I
We're
aced
killing
them.
this guy every
Just
time,
aced them
okay?
again.
blind okay, but after you kill him, maybe don't go in because the breach is gonna stun
Yeah.
somebody.
Where did I?
Mid. And in here,
Spike
mid in here,
down,
mid in here, mid in the hard right window.
One more mid.
Sorry, I dropped the bomb there.
Can you smoke mid?
Mid, yes. Not fully though, just a little bit. Behind, I got stabbed. Window.
Distraction.
Big.
Surely I just win this.
Nice.
Easy.
There's 2 mid. There's 2 mid.
Oh my god, he's sad. He's sad.
Last player
No.
standing.
Oh man.
Do you know where the breach was? No fucking way, man.
How? I don't think they know if they're doing this.
One enemy remaining.
I bet he's there as well.
He's there.
In the
He's
corner,
there.
Left,
On your left. On your left.
30
Same
seconds
same
left.
spot.
Yeah. They were hiding where the sage was.
Nice.
Oh my
What
god.
the
Oh my
fuck?
god. That was
What? He didn't even shoot a bullet. He didn't even shoot.
Okay, Cypher.
Nice.
Okay, nice. They did a double push on mid
Right
here. Okay, wait, Saikuno, that was not bad. Pretty good.
did a couple things there.
They're gonna keep pushing out.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm still holding.
Right
I'm
here.
still holding.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down to hold it.
Did you get the stick,
them
Lily?
one by one.
How's the stick?
Time to
No,
jump.
I didn't have time.
Oh.
Careful, starts mid.
Oh, they got that so
I have
fast?
retrieved the spike.
Nice.
One backside.
Where?
I died that way.
Where, Lily? Where?
Backside of B, she's on top of a wall. She was.
Oh, cringe.
But she's probably.
I'm not with you, just I'm not with you. I can drone in if you want. Oh,
One's mid. One's making a lot of noise mid.
I'm gonna drone in. I'm gonna drone in.
Deploying drone.
Backside B.
Reload.
Okay.
Enemy.
I'm coming with you, Scar. Hold left.
I'm
Hold left. Hold
looking
left.
right side. What? Look left.
Looking left. Looking left.
Stand
Looking
up.
left.
You want to fight it?
One trip from C. One trip from C.
Okay, got it.
Wow, that's crazy.
He
I'm gonna get some room.
I think you give Spike to Omen and he ultis.
30 seconds left.
One reload the B link. There's two
One
here.
here,
There's
one
two.
here,
Can
one
you
here.
TP C?
Uh-oh. Well, can't cancel that. This ain't good.
Nah, it's hella good. Hella good.
Last player
Fuck.
standing.
120. 120 A link.
I think,
On
yeah,
your
you
right.
kill the stage.
No
first.
health.
Yeah.
Oh, it's ET.
Yeah. Why did he wide swing?
NT.
Honest, yeah. Dude, we just need to get the defense. That's
Last
it.
round in the half.
That's all it is.
Everything on this one.
We're just
Yeah, they
defensive
don't even
side.
have someone
really.
that's crazy.
Yeah, it's just.
Just defense sided is all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean with characters like Cypher, right? Cypher's so good on defense.
Big buff.
Lily, I have a job for you. You have Spike. All right, can you place TP in base and then plant it B side? We're gonna smoke B. You can.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
He
Scar.
flashed
Wait, two
out,
people dead.
ran with Odin.
Oh god. He's out.
He's flash. Flash. What? Oh, my game lagged so hard. I'm lagging really bad. Sorry, guys. I think that's that.
nice go.
Last
I
player
was
standing.
near. Oh shit. Dude, I walked out grass and I teleported, like not Omen teleported, like
Switching
the game
sides.
lagged and I got
Oh.
teleported. I saw like Silva's face.
Okay. Now we're on defense. Well, I'm serious. We just let Toast hold the site. I think Toast holds his site and then we play off wherever.
This
The
is
one, yeah,
winnable.
two.
Yeah.
This is winnable.
No,
Everyone
yeah.
just needs to focus
Where
the
do you
fuck
want?
out.
What
And
C?
the Cypher on defense,
Guaranteed.
this is basically over. I mean, this is just
Guaranteed.
This is easy. Cypher got buffed.
Lily, are you going out
Right
here,
here.
or how you?
Oh my god. What is up with my fucking ping here?
I'll hold.
Right here.
I'll hold like long.
I'll hold, no,
Long
you
is- I like
can.
long.
Yeah.
Lily's gonna jump him.
Like 500 ping.
Scanning ahead.
Just gonna
A?
Two.
I'm looking.
They're
I'm
going
looking.
A, I
Ready?
think.
You run.
If they
Yeah,
hit your
I'm playing
trip, I will
outside.
flash.
Okay.
You're smoking.
You're going A, right?
Can you smoke me, Michael?
mid.
Can you smoke me?
No. 13 seconds.
Tripwire destroyed.
One trip destroyed.
Shot.
Flashing.
I'm flash.
Kill 2.
Nice. Wall on the left. One on the left. Little hole on the left.
You with you.
Smoking short.
One
Wait, spicy
extra.
here.
Smoke short. There's one short.
One stuck left. Two long. One more.
Reloading.
I'm
Astra
24.
hit for 101. So
No eyes on Sova.
There they are.
Silva
And,
short.
One enemy remaining.
Now 4.
Last one Silva on the right.
No, my ace.
Short.
I can't peek. I'm at 24 health. When you play off each other.
Lily, you have one blind.
Chill.
Last player standing.
Chill.
30 seconds left. Clutch.
No.
Never show weakness. Ever.
Wait,
It's okay.
guys.
worry about it.
I got 4.
Stinger. Sting.
No, we have to buy up.
I think I got 4.
Oh. Dude, my 2 shock darts did.
Force up.
I mean,
Right here.
maybe.
I'm gonna smoke it. Lily, look out. See if they're coming up. Come back in.
No, I got an Astra.
Oh, they got pulled.
Revealing area.
Oh my god, they were. Yeah, they just kind of ran on.
Scanned all of them.
Oh, there is.
Spike planted.
They nerfed the judge too much.
If only they didn't nerf the judge.
How can you get 149 on anyone?
If only they didn't nerf the judge.
Good at the 2-by shots. Oh.
Okay, we force up, right? I mean, we could still.
We'll just force up here.
Guys, imagine how crazy it would be if we.
Oh
actually
no,
came
I
back
forced it up for sure. Like we.
Yeah, I mean it's 12. You know, I
Let's
think
buy
they're
a
gonna
gun.
rush
Buy a
C.
gun. Buy a gun.
I think they're rushing C. I just feel like it.
Revealing area.
That's from window. Mid.
Yeah.
Looking mid.
Done mid as well. Can you smoke mid?
They're coming in.
Not in.
What? He knew about my fight.
Garage.
Okay.
Reloading. Right here.
I'll see.
Evolved.
Spike planted.
I have a smoke for long.
Scanning
in a sec.
ahead. Found them.
Nice. A lot on site. I can flash. I'm
Sorry,
flashing site.
65?
Flashing site. Go, Lily. Go. They're not flashing anymore.
One right there. One corner.
Last player
And one on
standing.
bomb.
One enemy remaining.
Corner.
Shadows traveling.
Shit, man. I can't go anywhere else. Eh?
He's fine. He's on
On your left, you saw him. And he...
Attackers win.
Let's try.
Zombie Warrior 20. Welcome back for 8 months. Thanks for your
Tried our
support.
best, and that's what matters.
Oh, I actually
Oh, no, that doesn't matter at all. My RR is lower now.
Fuck.
The only reason I play with you guys is to get RR.
Oh no.
Oh
Oh no.
I mean,
I
we
mean,
can't end on a loss, right?
I guess we
end on a
could
loss.
just
We truly
end on
can
a
end on a
loss if we really had to. I mean, like,
We don't have to because the button's right there. It's at the bottom of the
Match
screen. Look at that
found.
new match.
I mean, surely we win the next one.
Oh.
Like, we've just got to.
Yeah.
We have to.
Look, if you stack, though, if you know, sometimes you have to take a day like this, right? You know, it happens. Like, if
I'm
you stack this against our
insta-locking, I'm
winning streak,
insta-locking.
we're still up. Hey, we're still up for the, we're still up lifetime, you know? It's like the casino.
We are still
lifetime.
Yeah.
Yeah, like lifetime we're up.
Lifetime, we're up.
Yeah, and, yeah, that's true. And at least we have our health. Like,
that's true.
What are you playing, Lily?
Mm.
I'm trying to round out the team.
Everyone pick your best agent.
Okay.
What if you don't have one?
what if I'm already locked in?
Hey, don't talk about yourself like that. Pick your best agent.
Okay.
You got this.
It's Reyna.
I'm joking.
Yeah, I'm locked in. Choose Reyna. Choose Reyna, Lily. I actually believe in the Reyna.
I don't.
Oh.
Her
Pick the Reyna.
confidence is gone.
Oh, pick the Reyna.
I'll play the Cypher. You pick the
Ghost, do you
Reyna.
want me to
Yeah, you
smoke?
pick the Reyna. You pick the Reyna.
Yeah,
No,
pick
I
Reyna.
got it. You
No, Scar can smoke.
we
Scar can
don't need
Entry
double for
us
it.
in. You can entry us right on in.
That's true. All right.
I
next time.
yeah. I think.
I mean, I don't see us losing this.
Okay. I mean, you can't go
If
worse than
if
last
we
game.
lose this, I will
Really?
eat a Pokemon card.
Oh.
If it's made of chocolate. If it's made of chocolate.
I mean, I'm about to just fucking throw. I want to see that.
What? If it's made of chocolate. That's be, bro, why are we against diamond players? What's happening here? Why is that guy a full diamond Dorito?
No, it's plat.
This guy's got a full diamond Dorito.
Bro, dude, are you intimidated? That guy, he definitely he bought his account for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know that.
We got toast. Toast
And
diamond.
here's
Toast
the
diamond.
thing that scares me.
PvP Suika, I
It's
didn't know
diamond, and he's using the default beta border, which means this diamond is probably his Smurf he uses to carry his friends.
Beta board? Nah.
Nah.
Yeah, that's the beta border. That's
Nah.
like, this is probably this
Suika
guy's
is
Smurf.
out?
He's radiant, and he's like, "Dang, my Smurfs keep getting a diamond on accident when I carry my low elo friends."
Yeah.
And this is like
well,
his 5th account. That's diamond.
But you saw the raise nerfs, right? You saw the raise nerfs. He didn't see the raise nerfs.
Yep.
We know that there's raise nerfs.
That is true. Actually, that is true.
Mm-hmm.
I had not. Wait, is it? Did Otto make it? I don't see it.
This is a long loading screen.
It means our computer's dog shit. Even better advantage.
Those are the messages you guys try to see. I didn't get shit, bro. Did people message me about shit? Hell no.
Hey Lily, just open your stream. Are you crying right now because of that last game? Hey, no more negative self-talk, okay?
Yeah.
We're moving different. This ain't shit to me, man.
Yeah. Lily, you and Michael, you work together. Like, by beam,
We're
by boom.
moving different.
Yeah, by beam, by boom. You want to push out? Make sure you got Michael thing behind you.
I'm playing.
Wait, switch with me, Michael.
Actually,
Switch with me. Hold on.
Scarra, yeah, Scarra play with me. The 3 of you, I want to push out B.
You want
Lily
us to push
swing
out B?
that? Yeah. Lily swing that.
On a stun instantly, you're ready to swing
Second
and
go.
eyeball swing.
Second go.
And there's
you're-
contact,
Lily.
Lily, then like push
Lily.
out, and then eyeball
Right,
lobby.
charging out.
No, charge out here. Charge out here.
I am
I was gonna
stunned.
You
charge
just
out
swing with
immediately.
a gun, Lily. You just swing
Yeah,
with a gun.
Okay.
Don't do anything but that.
Lancy, thank you so much for gifting us up.
Go,
Here,
go.
here,
Oh,
here.
go. It's here.
Here we go.
It's here. Push out.
Come back.
Oh wait, I thought meant here meant here.
Oh, they're in.
Oh, your fucking ball blocks my shots.
Oh.
That's fucking.
I did 78 to raise.
Uh-oh, they're moving different.
He hits my trip. we can't shoot him
Spike
because
planted.
he's being protected.
Yes, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But now we watch the Masters in action.
Masters at work.
Last player standing.
It's okay. Hey, honey, it's okay. It's okay.
Flawless.
Oh my god, they.
I don't need you guys to even pull your weight, but if you can just stop using your abilities against me, I can actually do something. I'm not asking you guys to get killed. I'm not even not leaving the spawn would have been more helpful.
I got you.
All right, Lily, you hold spawn, okay?
What? Who hit you with an ability?
I blocked his fucking the trip.
Oh.
That's fucking funny.
It is kind of.
That's kind of funny.
Hey, Lily, you ready to push out again here? Oh, wait, no, don't push out. Don't push
I
out. Don't
got
push out.
oily eyes right now. Okay.
Here, Scar. Here.
Yep.
Hit me. Okay, hit me with something.
Lily, cover me.
Water rising.
I got you with the wall.
Coming A. This Marshall is shooting like crazy.
Spike planted.
Right there.
Oh my god, there's so many of them.
Enemy spot. Trevor.
You know, this was a save round, right?
Oh, left side, Jen.
Last player standing.
What?
What is he made of?
What?
Adamantium.
Fucking I think 132.
Jesus
It's
Christ. Okay,
gone
Scar,
so
swap with
wrong.
me.
Yeah,
I can stun off all
Yeah. Lily, you
Guys,
over
on the
there.
bright
You over
side,
there.
look at how even our scores are.
Yeah. Wait, at least we're synced up.
We're so even.
All right,
so
and if
even.
you hear even an inkling B, call because I can stun it as well.
Yeah.
How good are these guys? Like, if I just peek out and hope I headshot them,
I don't
like, is
think
that
they're
just not gonna
I'll be
work?
completely
Or...
honest, I don't think
Here again.
Hey, just get off.
Let me wall for our
Not in.
Oh.
Oh, someone say B?
Flashing,
maybe?
just slow him down.
Not in.
Breaking dart.
Same me, same B.
Not
See
in.
me?
Could be cat. I'm gonna.
It's
Okay,
B.
cats.
One's just started leaving toes.
Wave crashing.
They're on site. I
Are they in?
can't hold on. Yeah,
Okay.
can I hold on? I
Spike
blocked
planted.
out door.
Walls up.
I'm waving on half the site. Oh,
We got walled
59.
by deadlock.
One's on the left.
I'm
When you
sending
get out, go out with Lily. Two on the left. Get on side. Right on side.
Enemy down.
They're dead. Got his ass.
Both. That's both from B main.
Oh man.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
This is no problem.
Oh my god, he's crazy. He halved it. Maybe.
Oh,
Oh my god.
That was close. That was so close.
He had both satchels.
No stopping now. Not until the job is done.
What are we thinking here? Little buy for next.
Yeah, a little buy for back.
Yeah, probably have enough.
Buy for next.
All right. Lily, do you have a blind?
Yeah.
Do you blind?
Right there.
Do you?
Blind
What?
way.
There.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'll blind through the wall.
Yeah. One
Here
split
again.
step.
Two.
Get out of there.
Yeah.
Oh,
We're good,
God.
we're good.
I can't
Free
fucking
kill,
do
free kill
shit
for
for
you.
you. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I headshot him. Headshot the dude.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
I fucking checked, man. What cubby?
Nice shot.
Nice
You're
shot.
Oh my
better.
god,
You're
she's
literally
crazy.
better.
Hey, that was pretty clean.
You're so good.
Okay.
Alright, you know how they say bye for next? It's next now. So.
Yep.
Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts are pounding.
You like how I do my walls the hard way I play it for everything else? Oh, that's definitely yes, dagger, bro.
Coach, do you trip sight with both trips?
I usually do one main push and then like one on
Can you
cat.
do one there? Yeah, I'll just hold sight with you instead.
I'm gonna be cringe. I'm gonna be cringe.
Right there.
Oh, are you doing the thing?
Nowhere to run.
I can solo hold A if needed.
Are they like?
I hear a lot of footsteps
lit
here.
Up?
A lot of
or-
footsteps.
I'm just gonna try and get some.
Oh my god, this is my bad.
One next to Lily.
Nice, I can.
Oh my.
Spike planted.
Contract complete.
I think they're A. I think I just heard him landing.
There was one person late, Lily. It was the Sova. So he might be. I mean, he might be holding something.
He definitely.
I forgot the cage. My bad.
Oh, I'm screwed.
Forgot to play the game.
Last
I
player
forgot to
standing.
shoot them.
I hate this thing. I hate this thing.
Nice shot.
Oh my god.
Oh wow. Damn.
Okay. That deadlock thing takes way too long to break.
Yeah, whole Vandal mag.
Forgive me if I overextend. I would have it.
Damn, I even bought the fucking Odin that round, and I got solo.
Sorry, can you play mid so you can wall A or B?
Yeah, but it gets a little weird. Yeah, I'm down. But it means I can't peek A because it's really fucking hard. Yeah, I guess I'll hold pizza.
What are you doing, Toast? You gonna pop out or?
Yeah, I'm gonna just do a quick peek with Marshall. They're gonna try and
Let's just be
execute
going A
again.
again. Yeah, I mean.
Oh, one's
Give me wall.
Cat. They're coming through main.
Ready in, ready? Lily, come over. Lily,
Oh
come
my
over.
god, that actually killed me. I weakened him.
Yeah,
Ready.
That's a really good wall, Scarra.
Yeah.
Let's fire.
I hear the Sova throw.
Silva, A.
One
Both,
enemy
one
remaining.
on the right. Still peeking. Lily's blinding. She's going for it.
Oh shit, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I'm not gonna peek. I'm not peeking.
Hold cross.
Scar, he was yeah. He's still here.
Yeah, Scar's gonna hold cross. If he sees, he can peek. You're safe here. It's on Scar's holding cross.
I'm holding a kind of an off angle so that he can't
That's
get
okay.
sight.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, on the right.
I'm fucking trolling. I look at the mini
You're
map.
better. You're better.
Let's
go.
Do you think
I really
they're
like that.
Do you think they'll play
All
A?
the way
Yeah. I can do that wall again. But I want to set up. I want to set up Lily so I can be able to push with my ulti.
Can I get a thing? I need a thing.
Oh yeah.
Thanks.
Lily, they're probably coming here.
Right
They,
there.
they might flip. They might flip.
Don't worry, I'll get this.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
get this peak. Don't worry.
It's like, you know, I need you be ASAP if she sees this. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, you got Cam here?
Yeah.
This is weird. They're playing really slow.
Hold.
I'll try and get dark.
Flooding them.
Dark's coming. Dark's coming.
Water
Must
rising.
be on a cat.
I'm ulting.
Not in yet.
I'm still
Very
ulting.
nice.
Don't worry.
Don't worry, not
Lily,
in yet,
I'll
not
be
in
with.
yet.
I'll be with you, Ben. I'll be with you, Ben.
They shot my camera tree.
They smoked here.
Right there.
Nice.
I'm looking at tree, but I don't
Was
see
you able to
anybody.
just jump spot this? Yeah, no.
Oh.
One mid.
Okay. There's two mid, I think.
Move.
Another one's right side. Another right side. You're good. You're
Spike
good.
down mid.
He's over here. He might move. You see him? He moved to Link. Lily, you're
That's
good.
both. Wait.
You
No eyes
see
on
him
Reyna
soon. You
yet.
see him soon.
Okay. Did you have to get bombed from what, mid?
30 seconds left.
Is he behind?
He's yeah, over there.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Lily has a great spot. No. You're chill. She could come exactly where you are.
Do we
I
hear?
hear
I
actually.
hear mid. Jumping mid. Mike coming to
10
you.
seconds left.
Nice.
Shit, good hold, Lily.
Good hold.
Okay, let's fucking go.
Every fight is a lesson.
Woo.
Yeah, we're getting better.
Oh,
We're coming back.
Let's
Let's
go.
go. Look at you're the top of press
Wait,
tab.
she's
Look
top
at that.
fragging.
Press
Oh my
tab.
god.
Oh my goodness, that.
Look at that,
I know
look
you're
at
too
that.
egotistical.
Okay, don't. But it's good. You're doing
You
good.
should. That's good for Reyna. That's good for Reyna.
That's true. You
You're
gotta
right,
have an
I'm a
ego.
bot. I'm pushing up big.
Oh, okay. Hold up.
I'm gonna push up.
Let me give you a
mid
wall. Let me give you a
as
wall. Let me give
sign
you a
of
wall.
confidence.
You want to push? Wall in for you? If you push after it?
My territory.
I am so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
As long as we don't just all die here.
Deadlock ulti. Deadlock ulti.
What? He's lurking like that. Dang it. Okay.
I hate her.
Last player standing.
No way,
Spike
he
planted.
double head taps phantom jumping. Who's balancing the shit game?
Flash out.
Oh my! I saw the
Oh
vision.
my god, that was
It
ridiculous.
took me
My
a
target's to shoot.
billion
That was
shots.
just-
God, I hit them all too. Hit them all. Just killed one.
Occupational hazards aside,
Okay, I'm
I do
humble
love
for
how
them.
much
Okay,
you
I'm gonna
travel.
play default, okay?
I like it. Yeah,
Okay.
same.
I'm poor as fuck though. Ooh. Whatever, man. I'm playing sheriff.
Hey Lily, call if you hear noise.
Okay.
Here. I'm walling.
You're getting stunned. Careful.
Walling.
I'm okay. I'm
It's
okay.
okay. They're probably slowed down.
Help.
Get in there, no.
They double blinded. They're in.
I'm so sad.
Fire in the hole.
Oh, they're fucking me.
Just for the explosion.
My fucking god, he had face checked
Oh
me.
my god, hit with the explosion.
My ult is
Nice
ready.
shot.
Spike planted.
I'm gonna flash out toes.
Let's see the IQ though.
What are they doing?
Gotta grab his gun first. Gotta grab his gun first.
No distractions.
Let's go.
Wait, why can't I get out here?
Last
Wait.
player
Oh,
standing.
dang it. That was a phantom. I thought it was a vandal. Okay.
There was the deadlock wall.
I thought she already ulted that round. Can she do it twice per round? Is it like a
Deadlock?
recharge time? Yeah,
Oh,
I thought I thought that.
She used the last round.
That's flippy.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I'm smoking crack then.
Yeah, let me flip
Oh,
you guys.
unless he just regens. How many kills did he get?
Time? I don't know, dude. Hmm.
Stay in the moment.
Are we buying here?
Scarra, how do you feel about swinging this after my util?
They're here. They're
Oh,
here.
I
They're
hear
here.
it.
They're
I
here.
hear it.
Blocking fire.
He's pissed. I'm leaving.
Alright, Lily, I'm gonna
Just
peek
close
out.
right now. I'm gonna stun that little bit you guys can't see.
Yeah,
Go,
close left.
stop,
She's
stop,
done.
stop.
She's done. She's done.
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
Very nice, very nice. Chill.
Spike
Grab the
down
guns. Grab the
B.
guns. There's a gun here.
I'm coming for him. Okay, so he might be in our CT, our fucking bay.
Flooding them. Water rising.
He might just be
Blacking out,
saving.
dude. God, he's gonna make us wait 40 seconds.
30 seconds left.
He's got nothing to
Wave
lose,
crashing.
so.
Alright, Scar, push up with me.
Me?
Yes.
Push it in?
I think Lily cleared that, no?
Push up with me.
Wait, where are you? Oh, you're fucking there. What the fuck? I'm
He's
going.
going back to their spawn.
Lily,
10
step to your
seconds
left.
left.
Step to your left. Like into the site. No,
That's
now
my
peek
pipeline.
cubby. Peek cubby.
1, 2,
Oh,
3, peek.
sorry. This is what I meant.
Oh,
Wine.
sorry.
Where did this guy? Oh, he's playing. He's playing here.
He's just gone.
He's playing here. He's playing there.
Bro is
Ice cream,
saving
ice
his
cream,
one
ice cream.
gun.
Conflict is not my first choice, but that
Yeah, no,
choice
he
was
wasn't in
made.
wine either. That's weird.
He just really didn't want to lose that gun.
Wait, what did
Where
you?
the fuck could he have been, dude? Like,
I'll go B
they
against
walked
him.
in all
Yeah,
back.
I was like, what did you guys do over at B? You guys owned them.
You guys got picked mid and A, and then me and Lily pushed out.
Yeah,
Scar, what are you
I think
gonna-
I shot
what
a
are you gonna
couple
do
of people.
here?
I don't. This raise is crazy. I almost feel like it's a free kill. You want to just start off the rip?
Stunned.
Flooding them. Blocking fire.
Flash.
Nowhere to
Cross. Ow. I'm dead.
Oh, I
Not
walled
dead.
it. Walled. Fuck.
I'm dead.
Oh. You're on side here already.
Show me a target. Stopping fire.
Oh my god, they just
Spike
okay.
planted.
Still in sight.
Last player standing.
They didn't blind her. Yeah, that was weird.
Last round before
Fuck.
the switch.
I should just play
Nothing to be
this.
said after this.
NT guys, NT. You guys are trying our best.
Can you give me a stun off the rip here?
Yeah.
I want to play it. I want to play it
Like instantly or like wait 1 second?
instantly. Because I'm gonna walk to wine.
Right
I don't think
there.
they clear.
Sure. Yeah.
Take him.
I'll yell at you guys if we need to.
Ultimate ready.
Nice. Get out. Yeah. Play numbers.
I'm out.
Nice.
Walls up.
I like it. And now we play off of my ult, Scarra, if you can. Scar, do you have eyes?
I have ulti. I'm ulti.
Turn the tide.
I hear
Delete,
off
delete,
footsteps
delete,
mid.
delete.
Yeah, I think they just got out.
Back to B, back to B.
Wow.
One top
Five,
mid,
fucking
or
bad.
B, or they're all over.
Pip.
Here, A, here.
My rules!
Was that A?
Shit. Fuck. Fuck. Well.
Two on site.
Spike down A.
I think the last one's
Spike
Jen.
planted.
Two eyes.
Last player standing.
One behind box.
Not expecting to hide that. They got like so much utility. It's really hard to.
Wow,
NT.
that guy was just standing over there.
I have 4 with the ult. Fuck, they just kept going.
Switching sides.
3 nice not good.
I want lobster.
Dude, having a fucking Sova on this map is so broken. The info is so good, man.
Just if they're good. I got 3,000. Let's see. They have no sentinels, so that's good. I don't count deadlock as a sentinel.
I'm pretty sure we just go tree, by the way. But we'll see. Maybe.
No charges.
Ooh, yeah.
Okay, let's get set
Walk
up.
up cat.
Yeah, I'm smoking.
Right there.
Give me a sec. Let go first, please.
Wave crashing.
Careful, smokes.
They smoke tiles, so they.
But we have control. We can push
probably-
out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna push out once you guys turn.
3, 2.
With you.
Wait for the team. There's one close by Scar.
Oh, that's
Right
center.
there.
Yeah, just walk past it. 1, 2, 3, walk.
They pushed out a B. They got an angle.
One's on left, Scar. Go,
Oh my
go,
God,
go,
they
go,
have
go.
stuff.
Close door. Open door. Heaven.
Oh, no.
Last player standing.
Oh.
That's right.
Fuck.
Oh, they had such a nice setup with the fucking nade and the slow.
You're not getting the message. Leave it to me. I'll rough
Where's
them up.
Ray's play?
She was mid.
Ooh.
Just playing
Alright.
mid and just naded once
We
we
just
got
have to
slowed.
sting a rush. That's the only hope.
Yeah, but that guy plays the. Okay, I'm down. Fuck it. Bring the stingers, guys. Bring the stinger.
There were 2 mid last round.
Right there.
Yeah.
So what does that mean? 1B and then
I think we don't smoke it. Just keep our guns on it. Scar, keep your guns on it. Lily,
What? Where am I going?
what I called at the start of the round.
Sorry, I'm like, I'm hungry.
It's
Here,
getting pretty late.
here, Sonic sensor.
Right there.
1, 2, 3, walk, peek.
Okay.
Kill him.
No,
Go.
Rush,
Take tree,
rush.
take tree, take tree, take tree.
Stinger rush.
Take
Stinger
tree, take
rush.
tree. All right, 1, 2, 3. Up heaven, up heaven, up heaven. 1, 2, 3, swing.
Oh, one away.
Flashing.
One more. Here. 1, 2, 3, peek him. Oh.
Yeah, flashing.
Surely he can't just kill everybody.
Thank
Oh
you.
my god, that dart.
Play together. Get the guns.
Careful, there might be
Oh,
one.
what is this gun?
One enemy
Help
remaining.
Michael.
Oh, okay, I'm going. Where do I go?
Give Spike to Michael. He's low.
Feeling sight.
Close the door if you can. Be ready to trade off each other.
Spike.
How do I drop Spike? How do I drop
G.
Spike drop.
Got the spike.
Close the door.
Heaven. Don't peek. You're both low.
Last player standing.
I swear I was pressing the G button. It wasn't dropping, Michael. You believe me, right?
Clutch.
It's because you had your knife out. It wasn't the
it's
spike
that
in your hands. You were gonna drop me your knife?
I'm
Take them out before they even pull the trigger.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
Stinger rush.
No, I think we just play.
So the Sova Sonic darts here. I think we could wait, and then they will push off of not seeing the Sonic dart. Like I think the Sonic dart's like right around there. So if we hide out of that range.
Alright.
This is genius.
Fire in the hole!
I hope that doesn't hit all 4 of
If
us.
that somehow flies back
Scar.
here, they are stream sniping.
Peek it.
There's no way. There is no planet. He knew that our whole team was hiding behind the wall. There's no way.
Wave crashing.
Thank God they nerfed the Raze ult so it has no range.
Stop
but
it.
that is-
Guys.
It's still one side.
Last player standing.
Oh.
Who the fuck?
That is crazy.
Okay, there is no
That's
way
insane.
he somehow
point.
knew that 4 of us were hiding behind the Weenie Hunt Jr. on the left side. There's just no way. He charged out and shot his
That was
rocket.
crazy.
There's just no way, right? I mean, there's no way.
I think, you know what? I think it's Angel. You know, take my gun if it doesn't work. I'm literally just gonna duel this fucking guy.
Right there.
I like it.
Show them how we fight.
I'll go with you. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Oh my god. You're God.
We can try and grab that. One guy's tree.
Oh.
One guy's tree.
I have a guardian here. Did not think there was someone playing that. I'm stupid.
Oh
my god. Oh,
I'm gonna stun that.
On the left. Dead.
Careful, ops.
Hopping.
Still.
Yeah.
Flash out.
Yeah.
You guys can be.
Cage trigger.
Fuck it.
We're going B. Got you. I'm going. Okay. Maybe not.
Nice.
You go B.
Sova was
Right
CT.
No, maybe we take the Raze who's opping.
Okay.
He's opping from A main.
I'm gonna
30
stun his
seconds
angle.
left.
He's not in here. He's still A main.
Stun
Lily,
his
do you have a blind?
Cutting
Blind
Careful,
it.
Heaven.
Go.
One enemy remaining.
Straight. Keep blind.
Careful tree. Careful tree.
Okay. Do you know he's there?
No idea. No.
On your cross.
It's just
10
open.
seconds left.
Okay.
Oh shit, he's got lineups.
Heaven.
Last player standing.
Yes!
Wow, what a shot. Nice.
Oh.
Nice shot.
That was crazy. That was crazy. You're crazy.
How's everyone feeling? Good? Because you look
No, I
great.
feel horrible, dude.
Wait, you're telling me this guy's 24 and 10 and he's the diamond the thing?
The diamond.
Also, that
No
headshot
shot.
I got on that mid person was so fucking bullshit. Maybe it's another one of those.
This is the comeback, guys. This is the comeback.
Careful
This is
the
the
solo ult.
comeback.
Show me a target.
Oh shit.
Smoke made.
Right there.
Nice shot, Lily. That was their diamond player.
I say B. Go B.
Better.
Careful mid.
They have tree. They
Do
have
you think
creepy
it's left
cat.
side?
Why don't we just go B? Kind of like in B.
Wait, I'll cut.
Water rising.
Left side's clear here.
See the way it cuts, just go. I cut the way where like we can just walk in.
Okay.
Give you.
Careful
I
the
give
solo
one
ult.
rotating CT.
I'm
Flooding
getting
them.
spike anybody.
Anyone?
Come with me.
No distractions.
He wasn't
Yeah,
there.
go in.
Where'd all that shooting come from?
Where is everyone?
I'm gonna plant in a weird spot because he's
shot
got
him
ult.
twice. He's lit for 130.
Spike planted.
Nowhere to run.
Reply destroyed.
Oh, careful lane. One lane.
Stunning lane.
Goodbye. One enemy remaining.
Lane, nice shot.
Quit your
Nice.
tiptoeing.
Okay.
Oh,
We're gonna do it, dude. We're calling
We're
back.
doing it. We're doing it,
Let's
guys.
do this.
Okay, that guy does look.
I need
He
a gun.
pushes out a lot. We can just chill.
They
Thanks,
pushed out
thanks.
B last time with Silva and Marie stuff.
Yeah, you just tap.
Yeah, I guess I was just better, you know.
Yeah. And this time I have ulti, so you could be even better.
Oh, I'm so
better.
egotistical right now.
Good.
So much hubris.
But
It's now or never.
All right, one tap mid.
they know me for my one taps. The Scarra, they know you for your one taps. They know you for your one taps.
There's
zero tap.
no one's here.
Nobody peeked. I'm getting impatient. I'm about to charge.
I can ulti site, by the way.
Oh wait, there's a
Deadlock, yeah.
Carrying spike.
I'm gonna angle the wall. I just gotta.
Did it push out B right now?
I didn't see any.
1-7.
Careful left.
Careful, nade.
Careful left.
Oh my god, it's their diamond player. Guys, they're diamond players on A.
I say, can you want to swing with me?
I wanna go.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, I'll swing. Yeah, I'm ready to swing. with
Can you play a B?
Yeah, I'm
Can
swinging.
you play a
I'm
B? Can you
swinging.
play a B? I'm gonna run B.
Okay. No.
Yeah, I'm running a B as well. I think, and then I can ult side as well.
Right there.
Oh, peeking out. Did trip? Hit my trip. It might have been shocked.
Yeah, it's shocked. I watch. Okay, I want to ulti site. He's literally staying right here.
Right there.
I like it.
30 seconds left.
We're about to execute the site. Fuck. Oh, it saw me. Oh, wait.
Oh no, we're going mid.
We're going.
We have 20 seconds.
Yep.
We're going.
Well, a lot CT. Run A.
Renee.
Run A.
You have 10 seconds.
Get out.
He'll make it. He'll
10
make it unless
seconds
it
left.
stops me. Or you just run in.
Help Scar.
that
He
shit,
needs to
plant
plan.
that
He
shit.
can't stop.
Destabilizing.
Spike planted.
Oh, he's in.
Planted. Guns out. One's close left. 2.
One heaven, one down.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
oh my god, that guy's crazy.
Ooh.
Oh, that's their diamond player,
man.
right?
Oh, wow.
Oh, I'm so sad.
Oh, I'm so bad at this fucking game.
Their raise was kind of cracked.
He was really good.
guys. NT.
Defenders win.
All right, let's all uninstall this game.
I want to uninstall. Like,
Fuck,
yeah,
dude,
no,
we got
that
owed.
It is pretty late, guys. I also have played about 10 hours of Valorant today.
Cue it up.
Oh,
Yeah.
well,
One
place
more.
bad.
Last one.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, you know, I mean, I guess if we end on a win, we'll actually
Toast,
group
you're
up
streaming,
again,
right?
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna end my stream.
Oh my God, you're still. How many hours did you do?
9 hours of League and Valo.
Jesus,
hurt
did
you,
you
bro?
like the League more or the Valo more?
I don't know. I lost all 4 League games, dude. Don't talk to me.
Wait, you lost all your league games?
Oh my God. That actually sounds depressing.
Wait.
I actually can't believe you're still going, dude.
Yeah.
Me too. You
I would've
really,
given
you
up
really
far
stuck it
before
out,
this.
honestly.
Match
Wait,
No,
found.
I have to end on a win.
Morally
Okay, my stream
bankrupt,
is
we're back
off.
for
I'm all
51
good
months.
now.
Thanks
I
for
can do
subbing.
this.
I actually play
Okay.
better with the stream off also.
Turn the lights on. I think that was my problem.
Oh, my lights are off.
Okay. Oh, maybe you should turn your lights on.
No, I
Okay.
like to be in the dark. Like
Guys,
like
I say we
Batman.
forget about the team comp. Everyone just choose your comfort picks and we'll probably win.
So you're telling me I should check this?
Honestly, I kind of.
Yeah, do it, Scar. Do it.
You sure?
I'm
Do
going
you
with
want them?
Sage. Oh, I'm gonna. I feel like my aim is slowly worsening. You know.
Same.
But yeah, I think I can still handle them. I'll just play them. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were giving them to me.
Oh.
Didn't you say like?
Yeah.
Oh.
You should play them or something.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Comms thing.
Okay.
Do we not
more
have a smoke?
More confident. I got.
Honestly, we don't really need a smoke with Viper.
Viper smoke.
Viper.
Ooh, Excalibur. Welcome back for 10 months. Thanks for something.
All right. I'm gonna entry. I'm gonna smoke. I'm gonna dash in my smoke while they're shooting me in the smoke. You guys need to walk in. You guys need to run in to shoot the guy shooting at me.
I got it.
Oh, you're Jet? Holy shit! All right, let's go. That's what we've been needing.
Yeah,
Some
I
space. Some
literally-
space to be made.
Literally, I'm. Oh, we're defense first. We are.
We win. We won the game.
Okay, what do I do?
Actually. Yeah,
Which site's better to hold?
Turret out.
You know, I'll go B. I'll go B. Like, you feeling good?
there.
You're Nestor.
Is that what that place is called?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a chance.
Position.
Alright, Scar, peek on me. I got a little hidey hole here.
Oh, you're doing that thing.
Yeah, little hidey hole. And then I have Molly's.
Mid, a lot mid.
It's okay, you have wall.
All right. Yeah. They just spraying. They just spraying.
Reloading.
Think about doors. Think about Neon dashing in.
Down.
Ed.
Show me a
Wall's down.
target.
Wall's down.
You're finished.
Nice trade.
Lily, can you watch this? That angle is not watching me. He can walk up.
Spike down mid.
Lily, watch A main.
Where's
Hey,
Amy?
play off my wall. What's up? What's up? Oh, I'm smoked. Yeah. Clear up to this point.
I have spike.
One enemy
Wait, he was
remaining.
AFK.
Better. You're better.
He was AFK.
Oh,
Wait,
what the
did they
fuck? Oh, whoa.
all lose internet?
Did they just stop
No, definitely not the Reyna.
Oh, two of them AFK.
Oh my God. They lose. They lose.
We're better.
We are so
We're better.
bad. I bought my Guardian. I got my best gun.
Let's go.
Potato chips.
Okay.
I'm gonna get some potato chips in solidarity.
That's how you survive. Placing sentry.
Wow. Lily, hold that body.
Stand aside.
There's a Vandal. Fucking.
Focusing.
Yeah.
You can get it, Lily, the wall side. Oh shit, on me.
Nest.
Michael's getting
Yeah.
fucked. You can walk. You can walk. You can walk.
Don't really
You can
have
walk.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Spike down
Shot,
mid.
back there, he just crossed around there. I can heal if you
Nice.
Oh,
Good hold, Scarra. 4K.
Oh god.
It's his best gun.
This is
Yeah,
why
it's
they
his best
call
gun.
him Scarra.
I'm ready.
This is my best gun. Whew.
Yeah, it's his best gun.
It's just kind of cool.
Bye.
I fucking just play aim lab with the thing.
I'll take it back. Thank you.
Oh.
Scar, if you want to go somewhere else, I can try to solo.
Nah. I mean, because I end up walking out mid as well in case, like, you know, like dies.
Sure, yeah.
Oh, what's basement?
Smokes and lots of smokes. A lots of util.
Wall going down.
Oh shit.
Nice
Spike
kill. You
planted.
got him.
88 gecko.
Show me a target.
We need to play retake.
Okay, I'm gonna open the door. Give me a sec.
Alright. They're all probably gonna be main. If we can.
Okay, I can do a couple mollies out that way.
Destabilizing.
Molly's going in.
Neon's close. Neon's close.
Yeah.
Neon's in that little pit. Dead.
Nice.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, he's still in the corner. Wait, I have the angle for it. I thought it was clear.
Oh, cover me, cover me.
Last player standing. Clutch.
Oh, that sucks.
Well, at least I killed him.
Can we see your? Oh, I got it.
Sage, showing us
I got
how
it.
it's done.
I got it. All right, where do you think they are? I'm ulting this.
don't know.
I'm ulting this immediately.
Oh, I like it.
What, bro?
Over there.
Oh wow, my thing can hit all of them.
Overthink it. That's my job.
Here?
I hear Lappy. Stalling. I'm gonna re-molly.
Watch this.
Breaking them.
Coming on site.
Destabilizing.
Nice. Left. Careful.
Enemy spotted mid.
Mid.
Got one.
Oh.
Watching me. I'll trade with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wall's about to go down. Wall down.
Okay, huge play.
Spike planted.
What?
Planted
the
A. Planted A.
fuck?
Does that make sense? Oh wow, a Spectre. Lucky day. Lucky fucking day for me. I get a Spectre.
No
Ulti.
distractions.
Bonkai!
Who is it?
You're better.
And that's the end. Got three.
On heaven.
Scar's better. Stairs.
Last player
What
standing.
the fuck? He's playing all the way there?
What? It brings out your. It doesn't keep your jet knife out? No way.
To say it, but
Wait,
Oh.
what?
Probably
It
best to
equips
play
your
team.
fucking... Dude, that was your
that
jet
might be an
knife.
option.
That's fucking funny. I want them to put a melee character in the game.
Yeah, that'd be like Doomfist. I just want them in the game.
What is that setting? Why wouldn't you want your jet knife out?
That shit's so fucking funny, dude.
Turret out.
Like you though?
Oh,
I hear some B. B, 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 B. Couple. Couple. Oh, I did 143 to Omen.
Bro, I should have given it. Fuck.
Spike planted.
One side, one left rubble.
Omen's one tap.
One down.
Nice shot.
See ya.
Go, 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 go.
I mean, get in there, Lily.
Check
Go
back,
left.
check back, rubble.
Oh, window, window.
Where? Okay.
Window, window, B window.
One
Second wall,
enemy
second wall.
Do it.
Last player
Die behind!
standing.
Oh my god, how did he get there?
Oh my
He's probably
goodness.
hiding an elbow.
Look them in the eyes
Damn,
when you
NT.
kill them.
Ugh. Okay, I left side. I could have just killed everyone when they came in. They had no fucking gun.
That's true. They got no shot now. They got no shot.
Like, here, just hold mid for me, and I got this. Dude, the Gekka thing. If I don't shoot that thing, I'm just dead.
Stand strong, Sage.
Oh, right. He has a rob. I missed.
Ah, God sight.
Spike
There's
planted.
one behind you.
Last player standing.
Oh,
Two guys. Okay.
Oh my God. They're coming for your ass.
Long.
AT&T.
That was fucking funny. You didn't give a shit about the geckos. Bob.
Once more into battle. I'm not tired. Are you?
Okay.
Alright, well, stinger.
These guys are-
Alright, Scarra, if you can play off of my contact.
Yeah, I
maybe,
will
'cause I'm gonna
just
hold close.
I
with
will
this
just
stinger.
hold like this, so I don't get off.
Yeah,
Like it killed me, man.
You guys killing us.
Lee, drop your turret so it looks A main, not an angle.
I'm gonna smoke deeper as well.
Thank you.
There we go. That's better.
Could be A.
That's much better.
Smokes here.
Yeah.
A.
Pretty serious.
Scatter.
I'm going.
Fuck, 120.
One guy's garage here.
Spike
I mean
planted.
bridge, whatever this is called. Opening door. Can you clear that?
Triangle.
Another one?
Gun here.
Another.
My ult is ready.
You're better.
I already know.
Distractions.
Oh.
Up, got up. I'm gonna smoke it up.
Stopping fire.
Wait, smoke?
Oh,
Go tap it. They're both there. They're both there.
One enemy remaining.
Got three.
And you reload.
Get out of my way.
I wonder if we get this.
Holy.
Easy. I trust
coming
my team. I trust my team.
Wait, ulti thinking they were here,
Once again.
Over there.
and they just weren't.
Oh, we didn't hit anyone?
I did not hit a single person.
That's fucking funny.
Yeah, I literally just played Guardian on this map. Dude, I am.
Could you hold elbow? Because I'm gonna op here.
Oh,
so
you want me to
hopefully that tweaks
cross
them out.
elbow? Yeah, I'm down.
Maybe you just sit there, because I think, like, one, maybe Neon could get past the op.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know?
They're here.
Breaking them.
They're in.
That's one. One pillar. Got her ass.
Nice.
Dumbass.
Nice.
Give me 5.
Say, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A.
Oh,
A main.
Turrets destroyed.
Is that their op or our op?
That's our.
I got gears. All right.
Nice.
One enemy remaining.
Okay.
We're all off,
Teacher,
baby.
Molly.
Lily, it was a nice molly.
He's up here. He's up here on the rocks. Yeah.
Can't bang that.
Could've dropped.
Destabilizing.
Flawless.
Nice.
Nice.
Flawless.
We did it.
Okay.
We're doing it.
We're doing it.
Oh. Someone's to the A. So I feel like or you guys just sit A. They're gonna probably go crazy.
You want me to go A?
I mean, we need someone mid probably. I think they're gonna go crazy.
Maybe it's better if you play pillars, Scarra, because she always goes.
Oh, a pillar is good if they have off. Agree.
Yeah. Fuck it, the pillar.
But
Can't
usually.
believe that only has one updraft. When did that happen? Oh.
They cross mid.
Wall's going up.
Doors
Wall's going up.
open. Doors open. Get dashed in onto pyramids. Someone blinded in.
And then 2v4. If you guys in danger.
One
play
enemy
numbers.
remaining.
Nice.
He's rushing me. He's rushing me.
Just as my
Dude,
sins.
what? Oh god, what happened here?
Fighting someone here.
What
Come
happened
in.
here?
Let's go.
Wasn't
that's
this
fair.
guy alive?
I was fighting someone, I swear.
I give $100 to see what happened in that little corner of the
No, I
map.
swear,
Give me
guys.
the op.
Oh,
That's
here.
Dude,
great.
I haven't even
Alright.
been using ISO stuff because I've just killed them so fast.
I got wall for like any mid aggression.
Yeah. I want to double up. I don't know. We'll see.
Wall's going up. I'm gonna. Oh, on site.
Focusing.
I'm not. I
Enemies,
don't have.
enemies.
Disappear.
Nice. Planning on our site.
Spike planted.
I'm watching right side. You watch left.
Okay.
Breaking them. Destabilizing. Making
Oh,
cover.
he peeks that tight right. Fuck, I should just
window.
smoked right away.
I should have smoked it as well. Careful.
One's gonna be
Player standing.
One's gonna be your mid. Yep.
Neutral.
Nice,
My
Scar.
ult is ready.
No
distraction.
fucking way.
Yes. She has off, I think.
One enemy remaining.
Double tap.
Careful.
Contract
Oh
complete.
my god. He's insane.
Yeah.
He's insane.
Put a
You're
knife you
so
because
cool.
you had.
Oh my
to
god,
shoot.
that was so cool.
lit.
That's
Yeah,
so
that was
fun.
pretty cool.
That's so fucking funny.
Is Guardian Tech? Oh, it's just one of
my
the only
3
guns where
kills
ADS
was
is
that
really
op
good.
kills those rounds? That's
And
that's tough.
on Breeze, it's all long range
no.
fights. So it's like the best map for the game. So I play Guardian.
Scarra, I'm going to ult this.
Got it. Is this like, yeah.
Maybe play.
Yeah, I'll play. I'll play. I'll play. Yo, I'll double
Michael came
up
back?
with you, Sykkuno. I got you.
Every
Scar, can you
voice
buy?
matters.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I got you. Yeah.
They have mid control.
Side,
full
come
mid
here, side.
control.
Oh god, they're
Close right.
Destabilizing.
Oh,
Oh my god, there's two.
Last player
okay. I blinked and everyone died.
yeah. Damn.
Yeah, Lily got the. Oh yeah.
It's Gecko.
Wait,
Gecko's there.
the spike's here.
Guys.
Last round in the half.
User credits. They're doing the same.
They gonna came by me.
Yeah.
I'm Scar came by me.
Yeah. You got me. I don't want man.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Scar came by again.
Like, what the fuck?
Thanks.
Dude, that guy literally went on
Over
this
there.
pillar. I'm taking
Over
it
there.
across from here and here. That guy didn't even stop moving. That guy didn't even stop moving. That's bullshit. Smokes B.
I need help.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Your duty is not over.
Oh god.
Sweet.
Oh god.
Oh no. That was.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Oh my god. He slid behind me.
Oh no! Oh, that was crazy.
Switching
It slid
sides.
under
Oh my
your
God.
side, blew your brains out.
Okay,
Oh
we know
my
the drill.
god.
Like, you know, why do you hate my KDA, bro?
Huh?
There wasn't even a wall. You just res me there. I'm like, okay, man, I'm dead.
What?
Yeah, Spike.
All right.
I'm gonna cut this site up.
Okay.
I'm gonna smoke, dash into my smoke. Please follow up, Lily. Come here, come here. No, not there. Put your turret like somewhere here.
Now.
Just
This
come
is
on
my
with us.
wall. Be sure to check the left side.
Oh no.
Check the
Show
left
me a
side.
target.
Baby. Check the left
I'm
side.
going in. I'm going in.
Left side. Left side. Look left.
One left. One left.
One's outside. One's outside. Get. Clear side. One behind. One's behind wall. One's behind wall.
Wall dropping. Wall dropping. Smoke dropping. Smoke dropping.
Reloading.
Okay. Hold. Our turret's dead. Our turret's dead.
Someone's in defender spawn.
Like,
Oh, yeah.
Peek off me. Okay. No. Stop. Scar's holding the left.
Oh, yeah.
Last player standing.
78 right now.
Got him.
Oh, that's fucked
It's
up.
that
That's fucked up.
angle, bro.
Yeah, that's fucked up. That was...
Everyone makes fun of German efficiency.
Spike's here.
I'm like
Laughing,
go
see you.
around the corner and I'm still getting hit.
It's a lag issue.
Mm-hmm.
Oh fucking way.
God, I
bro.
feel like oh fuck, COVID brain fog. Yeah, I'm blaming it on COVID brain fog.
Same.
Wake up.
Hey, I think I'm just taking the aim duel here with a Marshall. If I miss, just pick up my Marshall.
I love that. I love it. Okay.
Placing
Also a wall down.
One's close left.
Okay, I'm gonna try to
On the right.
enemy spotted A.
I don't know what.
I'm going. I'm walking.
Fuck it.
I'm walking too.
On the right.
Reloading.
Placing
Ow, what the fuck?
Enemy down.
We got her ass.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
we got one. That's what matters.
How did this gecko peek out with 5 of us on the right?
With 5 of us on there, I was looking left. because
that's
Neon
fair.
was coming in.
That sounds like he's a cheater.
Yeah, and also it sounds like he's a cheater.
Alright.
That's what's up. Fuck, how many fuckers were there? A lot of them.
There was a lot of fuckers.
Maybe let's establish some like good residents.
Yeah. Wait. I'm gonna establish window.
Over there.
Okay. All right, Lily, help me out here.
I have the spike.
Okay, perfect. Okay, now they don't know about mid. Now they're scared about
One's
mid, and
in
they're gonna
tunnels.
take one off of the site. And then wait, let me cut the site up before we go.
He's got a
Spike
judge.
down B.
Jesus Christ.
I died to a.
One enemy remaining.
He's mid door.
Fine.
Okay, perfect.
I have the spike.
This wall, and I have smokes, so just gonna play off of that shit.
Okay, I'm watching a tunnel entry.
Okay, perfect. He's here, but he's getting held off. I have mollies and stuff. He has to go through a molly to get here. Was he?
Yeah,
I
he
think he's
did.
elbow. Got
Nice
masked.
shot.
Won't be stopped.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Poison's off.
Nice job.
I know
Let's
what
go.
must be done.
Okay, what if I just jump on this
So
box?
1, 2. I like it. We have a flash. Does our fucking team have no flashes? That's fucking crazy shit.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Alright, can someone look doors for me?
I'm looking doors.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to swing mid
Focusing.
with you, Scarra, once you get up there. Alright. Nice. Oh, shit. What is that? Fucking yeah.
Nice Scarra. Holy shit.
Oh, you got her ass.
Whoa. Who's shooting me?
No, you're better. You're better.
No,
Top
65,
mid.
65.
Top mid.
Nice shot.
Great.
2v2.
Guns down mid.
I think you heard someone next to me.
I did?
That was like, I don't know where.
Alright, I'm gonna leave the 2 people alive to calm what they're thinking.
I'm pushing B side, Kuno.
I'm cringed in
I
the
feel it.
corner.
Oh, I'm doing like, I'm getting like some insane head.
Not a word from anyone
Someone
else.
turn the
Cringed in the
VCT
corner.
comms on. Oh, he's elbow!
30 seconds left. One
That was
enemy
awkward, that was
remaining.
so awkward.
Lose with the last guy. If you...
Where's his gun go?
Sakuno, if you...
Yo, he's somewhere here, Sekuno.
Why don't we just go to
Placing
A?
swarm grenade.
He's stuck.
15 seconds
the
down
back.
time.
Bro's in the back.
Nice.
my God,
Oh,
he
good
hated
shit.
Lily's
Yeah.
better.
Great comms.
Yeah, Sekuno.
We won the round. We won the
Why not
round,
VCT
and
comms?
if it was good enough to win, I mean,
Reloading.
Oh, I want apple juice. I'm so hungry.
Yeah, this was 7 minutes. I got
Hot pot.
it. Ooh.
Ooh.
Let's fly.
Have more heads? Hold on. Oh, guys, I need my 30 bomb. Give me a sec.
Oh yeah! Monster
Show me a
on the
target.
loose!
Where's that?
Where's that?
Where's that?
Came out air mid.
Not
Air
mid.
mid. Air mid.
I think that was from A.
Came out of mid A or A tunnels?
Not mid. Not...
Not mid? Okay.
8 tunnels.
Next.
Wow, that was fucking
Go B,
crazy.
go B.
There
It's
could
open.
be... Yeah, go B.
It's
Fuck it.
open.
Big opening. Big opening.
It's open.
Turret
Go,
out.
go, go,
Check
go,
back,
go.
check
Scar, you're a
back.
tank. Get
Middle
in there.
tunnel.
No,
Fuck it.
Distraction.
I'm multi.
I like it. I love it.
Walling.
I fucking
back.
suck.
You want
Check
more?
back.
I fucking
Here's
suck.
more.
Oh my
do you mean?
god.
Oh, I don't want more. I don't want more, Gecko.
Why is
I
he
don't want more.
asking? No, I didn't want more. I didn't. Was not interested in more.
3 coming out
Oh
tunnel.
my god, there's
Michael
a lot.
has
Coming up
great
like a
goal.
flank. Try to stay alive.
Screen down.
Last player
Yeah,
standing.
80 Gecko.
Turret down.
That was so
Thank
pretty
you, I
well
should've-
played.
I'm sorry.
See, I was feeling myself. Ultier missed all my shots. Fuck me, man.
It happens, it happens.
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here.
His arm on the ground. Alright, let's try an A execute. I'll go fast.
All right.
Okay.
The Neon usually plays doors, and no other information.
Don't
Make
Okay,
sure
let's
to
go
clear
fast.
that.
Drop the turret behind us.
Turret out.
Let's go.
I'm a volunteer.
What's this?
On the right, on the right.
Turret is killed.
Got it.
Spike down A.
Initiated.
Protect this,
Your
protect this.
duty is not over.
Hey, fuck you too, Saikuno, yeah?
Thanks.
I just figured
Fuck
we
you.
needed
Fuck
to.
you,
Yeah, fuck you,
man.
fuck you too, Saikuno.
Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it.
We figured we needed.
Let's go.
Taking cover.
Area's clear.
He's,
I'm gonna go
he's,
type
he's
words
gonna
off.
carry. He's gonna
One's mid,
carry.
one's mid. Where was that? Where was that?
Mid. 2 mid.
Okay, two.
He's
Turret is dead.
Mid.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
100 on the
One
open.
enemy remaining.
100 was left.
Could be right titty.
Nice.
Nice,
Oh my
Lily.
god, she did it.
You're better.
And the plant, and the
Oh,
plant.
my
And she's
genius
better. And she's better.
doesn't
There's an op by the door.
Ah, it's too late. No way she
Yeah,
got
yeah,
it.
yeah, you did. You did.
Yeah, no fucking way. Dude, I died. Sakura res me. I'm like, oh fucking guy. I hope Toast gets this kill.
Reloading.
I want a hammer.
I'm chilling.
Wanna
They're giving us so much of you. Like all of the beginning is free.
Get out of my way!
Wait, now they don't need to. Yo, fuck these kids.
I cannot cover everything. You walk up to that, man. You fucking freak, man.
Coming out mid. Coming out mid. One coming out mid.
Good cover, good cover.
You get fucking there. I'm just gonna laugh my ass off.
Honestly, so would I.
I'm gonna speak about it.
Stabilize.
Your flank. Hold it, Lily. I have A control right now. I have A control.
I'm down to go in.
Oh, he's got all of A.
Yeah, it's like, go, leave.
Oh, we have a flanker. Somewhere.
Yeah. Enemy spotted my turret though.
Let's go to A.
We're going then.
Hey, Saikudo, I don't think
There's a guy. There's a guy.
He's at Saikudo. He's dead. I'm
Go
smoking your
A.
cross.
Go
It's a really bad smoke. Hey, this smoke, not good. Not
Oh
good
my
smoke,
god,
bad
there's
smoke.
a dude.
There's one by the door. Go.
I have the spike. Poison's off.
Both coming through doors. Both coming through doors.
Oh, Lily's got it.
Nah, you
Lily's got it.
fucking serious.
Oh, she's on the box.
Enemy remaining.
What?
Dash.
She's
What the fuck?
What the
fuck is she doing?
Dude, I've been. And the OD once and then died.
Bot coming back.
That was fire.
We got this.
What a round.
Guys, I feel like I'm losing my mojo, guys.
No, that is
You're
ridiculous.
doing great. You're doing
Oh
great.
god.
I
Okay.
need a gun.
Take a gun. Oh, Lily.
Yeah.
That was some good patience. Hashienza.
I will hold up the side.
Okay.
Turret out. Enemy spotted B.
One coming out mid. Hold it, Lily.
Enemy spotted mid.
Lily, swing him, Lily. Swing him, Lily.
120.
Leave us.
Neon 120.
Is she in the fucking cubby? Like, no,
No,
she ran back doors,
she
right?
left.
Reloading.
Oh my god.
I'm jumping
I'm gonna
up.
smoke her
Enemy
cross.
spotted.
Ah, behind this box. Top mid.
Show me a target.
Mid. Opping jet A. Behind. Dead.
My way.
Let's go.
Nice. Opping jet. Wait, opping Gecko. That's two here. Gecko A. Gecko A. That's
right.
both here.
He's last is Gecko on A.
I'm going.
Recalling my bot.
Lily, I think you should go be here.
Yeah. And then you go all the way here.
30 seconds left.
Spikes down. Placing swarm grenade.
Toxins going up.
Placing swarm
Play
grenade.
off tab, or you can calm. I'm gonna let you two calm it out.
Can't use that yet. Placing alarm bot.
This is great. Can you look?
Placing
that's
sentry.
perfect. Actually, you know what? Fuck it, you're fine.
These comps, just VCT level, guys.
Okay, coming in from
Mid?
Link.
Think?
Yeah, I think mid.
Oh yeah!
Swarm
Monster
grenade
on the
out.
loose!
Oh, Lily, I am detained.
Last player standing.
Hey,
Yo, well played.
good round.
Well played.
Yeah, well played.
We'll play. Yeah, totally.
Well played, well played.
Yeah.
I thought his ult would have run out by the time I looped
Don't
around.
die. If you need help figuring out how, just ask.
But the point was we got the win, you know, we got the
Let's
win.
play, let's play.
Yeah, that's all that matters, really.
Yeah. They do a lot of fighting mid. Which is
Oh, Lily, what's that burger place today?
Huh?
Burger place? We went there today.
Did you get it?
Yeah, it was pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good.
But what place?
Focusing.
You here?
Left of the pillar.
run right, cross.
Help. Scar, help, Scar, help, Scar, help, Scar, help, Scar.
The fuck?
There's no fucking way she blammed. That's crazy. Sorry.
There's two there.
There's two.
Placing alarm bot.
One with the Marshal, one with the Vandal. Sykkuno's blinded. He's being pushed. You two communicate.
Found them.
Surely you don't expect us to both be. Oh god.
Big wall.
Bomb grenade out.
Last player
Oh
standing.
no way! He just
Spike
spin
down
that.
mid. One enemy remaining.
Removed. My ultimate is ready.
No eyes.
Do you know where he is? Oh.
30 seconds left.
I got the spike.
Okay, 16 seconds, 17 seconds.
Thrifty.
Ooh.
TNT.
Everyone note down your observations, then let's run it again.
Okay.
What's our play? What's our vibe here?
I want to secure this fucking A orb so I can ulti someone.
Okay.
Ult too.
Yeah. We can just ulti people.
Alright.
God, that's a hard ass map without flashes. I guess every map is.
Turret, keep it cool. That's how you survive.
Okay. Careful about like peek. Gecko likes to throw shit here.
My ult
Nice.
is
You're just better.
You have ult as well?
Yeah.
I hear one on site-ish.
I'm multi.
no distraction.
Got it.
Go in.
Let's go, Scarra. Let's go, Scarra.
Oh my
Scar got
god.
Play off.
He did someone?
Blocking sight.
One's the king, yeah. I have
Okay.
turrets watching flank.
I'm out of here.
Stopping fire. Destabilizing.
Don't peek.
Breaking them.
Poison's out.
Show me a target.
I am not gonna peek.
Oh, one flank. Don't peek.
One's
Got three.
Yeah. Wait for me, Lily. Wait for me.
Toxin's down.
Oh wow.
Okay,
Hi.
no more
Is that
flank.
not in
no
her
flank.
head? I'm ping.
Bomb grenade out.
Ah, fuck it.
Close. Alright.
Close left and then right here.
Last player
Doing it.
standing.
Nice.
Diffusing.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
You're
Good
better. You're
cleanup.
better. You're better.
Man, Scar's insane with the
Everyone's
guard.
tech still working? Double check.
I'm having a good game.
Guys, so detract with it.
Dude, it's. I feel like anytime someone jumps up
Over
here,
there.
you have to you're gonna die. That's,
Yeah.
It's like you
Time's up. Let's
kill
go.
yourself instantly.
It's very risky.
Yeah.
Push out,
What
Over
person's
there.
right? What person's right here? Going mid?
Maybe that'll draw like a rotate or something.
Fall.
Can you heal me? Sage!
Healing.
Sage! Thank you.
Ah.
Might be pushed out A.
I mean, if you guys are the intro, you can, but I cannot help you here. I can bold right side, left side for you. That's it. That's his last book, by the way.
Okay.
Show me a
I'm
target.
bowling 3, 2, 1, go.
Smoking our sight.
Once.
Making cover.
Once tunnels.
Planting. Oh, left.
Get up!
No fucking way! You rest me said shooting him.
Oh
You
my
are fucking trolling. You.
I can't believe. Can't believe that.
I got 6 kills with an Odin.
The dream you have when you have an Odin, but no one actually does it. Never,
He just
never
ran
successful.
in. He just ran in and killed 6 of us.
Okay. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna just ulti site. What do you think this guy plays?
Elbow?
Move up. We need a reinforced Scarra.
I'm ulting right here. 3.
Whoa. Wait for bro.
Ulti.
Elbow.
Okay, go. Get in.
Go.
I'm shit. He's nice to kill.
I got Scar's gun.
The hunt begins.
All you.
Get on site.
All going down.
Poison's off.
Oh my god, they cringed on the right.
Nice headshot.
One enemy
Just hide there.
remaining.
Just hide.
Okay, let's boss. Can do.
Last player standing.
Ooh, 90.
Shit.
The
I don't
Odin
think this
guy.
covers the bomb, honestly.
I think he's really okay. I mean, he's 90. He's body shot. He's on top. Nice.
Oh holy shit.
Free Odin.
That's
Get up there with
crazy that he...
sound.
Yeah, wait, how
Switching
did he get
sides.
up there?
Overtime.
Did he?
Remember,
But
your
I thought...
weapon is only a tool. You can't just shoot.
I don't know. Maybe I'm bugging.
You know, I like the original things on this one. You guys go back there. Me and Mike will hold it down.
Alright, I'll hold on.
Oh, you're doing this? Okay, wait. I'm holding. You go B.
Okay.
I'll hold it.
Alright, I like it. Okay, Scar, you can hold more of mid, because I'm gonna do the weird wall.
More? Okay. But if I get fucking peek here.
What's that?
I got it.
Focusing.
Mid sound.
Oh.
Okay, going through the wall.
He fucking aimed my head. What? I got aim punched? Bro, my cursor was on his head, man.
Not through doors. Not through doors.
Remaining.
Last one through doors.
I'll watch this cross.
Wait, he's through the doors?
Yeah, he already bent that through. Not to you, but out. He went out.
Toxin screen down.
I don't know where he is.
Okay, so he's. Oh, okay.
He was. I don't know where he is. Might be even like might have rotated.
Could have done that.
I'm trying to really link up with you.
Okay, I'm just listening.
Yeah, I got double
Okay.
Odin aim punch there.
Spike planted. Last player
Elbow, his
standing.
elbow, and wingman planted. I'm sorry. Even though you could do that. Sorry, he was like this fucking elbow.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
We missed this one.
Wow.
Dude, that
Odin is just crazy.
That guy
just
double.
offed.
That guy double Odin head aim
Switching
punched me.
sides.
I was just like,
Match
what
point.
the fuck?
Race it to the spike side.
Oh yeah, motherfucking wingman planted, of course. I didn't even think about that shit, man.
I'm gonna hold the A angle here.
Over there.
He plays this
Over
angle.
there.
I'm just gonna hold the headshot angle.
Okay.
Over there.
I'll flank.
Okay.
Placing sentry.
Wow, I missed.
Same idea.
All right, Sakino, you know what?
We're gonna re-clear flank.
They push Sakino.
Oh my god, that was a good
Spike
point.
down A.
Or our flank. Or our bomb. He teleported across, I think. Yeah, he went across. What is this?
This guy definitely.
Last player standing.
Oh god.
Defenders win.
Wait, did that guy just ace us again? He just aced us again. Yeah, that guy was probably a smurf. Yeah, it had to be a smurf.
GG, guys. Good try, everyone.
GG's.
At least lifetime we're up. Lifetime we're up.
For our hubris, we were punished.
Oh.
I'm still silver too.
I
I'm
demoted to
still
silver 1, so there's that.
Oh.
Oh, there is that.
Oh.
Well, always next time.
Yeah, always next time, guys.
Yeah, good
GG's.
games, guys. Good games. Yeah,
Okay,
next time. Next time.
I'm gonna go ahead
GG's,
and
everyone.
the
GG's.
bads and then
Yeah, next
find
Yeah, good games.
someone to host. Who am I fucking hosting? Maybe someone I haven't seen in a while. Wow, Sean is streaming.
I feel like this.
I got host Sean. Sean's playing WoW. All right, I cannot play WoW Classic, but in the meantime, John and Sean's holding it down for me. So I'm out. You can go enjoy stream.